Expo ya. Standby ya Mbak. Mohon arahan Kru MC Pak Karo. Mbak announce.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please arise. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, has arrived.
Tunggu, biar settle dulu ya. Tunggu.
The National Anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. The President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo. Excellencies, all the Indonesia Maju Cabinet Ministers of the Republic of Indonesia, ministers, ambassadors, and all the distinguished guests, welcome to the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. We are incredibly honored to have you all here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, born in 2018, the first World Conference on Creative Economy, or WCCE, was held in Bali. Then, the second WCCE was held in Dubai in the end of 2022. In the end of 2021, and after 4 years, we are back to continue the discussions at the third WCCE in Bali, Indonesia. The missions of WCCE 2022 is to serve as a platform for discussions and showcases of creative economy contributions to global recovery and resistance to future challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now we would like to invite the Director General of World Intellectual Property Organization to deliver his welcome remarks.
Your Excellency President Joko Widodo of the Republic of Indonesia, Your Excellency Ms. Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Your Excellency Mr. Sandiaga Uno, Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi. It's a pleasure and honor to participate in this opening session of the Third World Conference on Creative Economy. Creativity is perhaps one of the greatest resources we have at our disposal. For thousands of years, it has helped to inspire the arc of human progress, opening up new horizons and broadening minds. Today, we are in the early stages of a new creative era, one where the merging of the digital and creative worlds is generating new ideas and opportunities in all regions of the world. This is one of the reasons why, even before the pandemic, the sector was already amongst the fastest growing in the world economy, contributing around 5% of global GDP. So now it is time to kickstart, rebuild this momentum, and to build a new chapter in the sector's growth. As the UN Agency for Innovation and Creativity at WIPO, we are passionate about supporting the creative industries and ensuring that creators in all regions of the world are fairly rewarded for their talents and ideas. We continue to strengthen and uphold the international copyright system, build respect for IP rights, and find new ways of raising IP awareness amongst the creative and cultural communities. For example, our growing WIPO for Creators program raises awareness of IP rights by making and allowing musicians, artists, writers understand IP from a livelihood perspective. We have also launched a global project to improve data collection across the sector. Despite their growing importance, including as a significant source of employment for women and youth, in many countries, information on the size, value, and contribution of the creative economy is limited. The development of clearer indicators and more robust statistics will not only help policymakers in their work, but it will also spur investments and business opportunities in this important sector, including in countries such as Indonesia that are rich in creative talent. From the vibrancy of Javanese gamelan music to the unique spectacle of wayang kulit, Indonesia is recognized around the world for its dynamic creative sector and strong commitment to championing the global creative industries. Last year, the Indonesian sector grew by 4%, an impressive performance given the continued challenges presented by COVID-19. At the same time, the Bali agenda continues to shape the global conversation on the future of the creative economy, and WIPO commends the synergy between the work of this conference and the theme of Indonesia's G20 presidency, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. We also welcome the designation of 2022 as a year of copyright and the steps Indonesia is taking to enhance the economic rights of artists, musicians, and designers through strengthened legislation. But copyright is just one way in which IP supports the development of the creative sector. Branding, marketing, and other design tools are also critical sources of competitive advantage. I'm therefore pleased to use this important occasion to sign a memorandum of understanding between WIPO and the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy on a new branding project designed to increase business competitiveness for Indonesian companies. We will identify a range of entrepreneurs and enterprises of all sizes who, through tailor-made support and advice, have the potential to become recognized brands across local, regional, and international markets. Brand strategy is a powerful driver of value add, and WIPO looks forward to using our expertise to support more creative businesses in Indonesia to use IP for growth. So thank you very much, and best wishes for successful 3 days ahead. And let me lastly say, terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy to deliver the opening remarks for this important meeting. His Excellency, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang mulia Bapak Presiden Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo, Excellency Ministers, Secretary Generals, high-level and international organizations representatives, friends of creative economy, good morning, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Creatives, welcome to Bali. Welcome to the third editions of World Conference on Creative Economy. We have come so very far, and we have been rocking it out over the past year to make it come true. First, I would like to thank our colleagues at the Ministry of Culture and Youth of the United Arab Emirates for hosting the WCCE 2021 in Dubai. Please stand to be recognized, Excellency Mubarak. My utmost gratitude for your generosity and for spreading the spirit of inclusively creative from the heartbeat of the Middle East to the world. I also want to express my gratitude to my dear friend, to my dear sister, and a reliable partner, the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ibu Menteri Retno Marsudi, for helping to expand the scope of our mission to popularize the creative economy since 2018. I appreciate your continued support in the past, in the present, and of course in the future. On an honorable note, I would like to convey our gratitude to His Excellency President Joko Widodo for coming to this event. We are truly honored and humbled for your attentions to the diverse Indonesians and global creative economy this year. Terima kasih, Bapak. As you can see, Mr. President have really a good look. Coming in on the right-hand sides, there are food trucks and there are unique creative exhibitions. I hope Bapak Presiden have really gotten the gist of how this creative economy have evolved during the pandemic. Excellencies, creatives all over the world. The last 2 years have been a knockout moment for all of us. The pandemic has changed our lives immensely, but now the light of creativity shines through again. You can see everything coming back on track, even better. Gig workers are now getting jobs. Dancers are getting events. And most importantly, what we are seeing is that people are getting the moves. Informal economy workers are gradually integrating into digitalizations, and screens are once again projecting their lights. Speaking of screens and cinema, a few months ago, I went to see a movie that really touched me personally, not only because of its witty comedy and family value, but also we all relate to the life of the story. With 2.8 million people viewing and the distinctions of being Indonesia's official entry for the 2023 Oscars, the movie Ngeri Ngeri Sedap recounted the tale of local culture and storytelling, particularly in Lake Toba in North Sumatra, which is one of the super priority destinations in Indonesia. It was evident even that creative industries are thriving, expanding, and being inspired. It is a sign that opportunities are opening, thriving to reach the target given by the President of creating 4.4 million creative economy employment until 2024. A sign of recovery, an inclusively creative recovery. Excellencies, creatives all over the world. This year, the WCCE is becoming part of the G20 Indonesia's presidencies as an official side event. The designation is not insubstantial, but rather reflects our strongest commitment to advancing creative economic issues to a global spotlight. It is to align the relevance of the creative economy within the global economic framework. Bapak Presiden, it is our duty in the community to ensure that creative economy can be seen as the main driver of economic growth and a catalyst for peace and stability. The outcome of the WCCE 2022, the Bali Creative Economy Roadmap, will be a pathway that has been designed for putting the creative economy into a global economic recovery plan. At the Friends of the Creative Economy meeting yesterday, creative communities, industries, academia, and other stakeholders discussed the roadmap with input from all around the world. It is truly an inclusive, wide-reaching document that would be reflected upon by creative communities and policy makers. To conclude my opening statement, we hope you enjoy this third editions of the WCCE and Bali as the Morning of the World and other destinations in Indonesia. Hopefully, we can all obtain useful, positive insights from the discussions, considering the wonderful panel of guest speakers. I sincerely hope event will run smoothly with beneficial takeaways for all of the attendees. Stay positive and stay creative. Let us recover together, recover stronger. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite His Excellency Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo, the President of Indonesia, to give an opening remark at the third editions of the WCCE. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next agenda, we kindly ask your attention to watch a short video footage of the Indonesian creative economy.
World Conference on Creative Economy ketiga kembali diadakan di Indonesia. Kegiatan ini merupakan ajang untuk bertukar ide dan berkolaborasi demi pemulihan global dan menjawab tantangan masa depan di sektor industri ekonomi kreatif. Mengusung tema Inclusively Creative, a Global Recovery, World Conference on Creative Economy diadakan dari tanggal 5 sampai dengan 7 Oktober 2022. Ada lebih dari 30 pembicara dan membahas 4 subtema, yaitu Creative Economy for Global Revival, Inclusivity and SDGs Agenda, IP and Rights of the Creative, serta The Future of Creative Economy. Ekonomi kreatif dan UMKM merupakan salah satu sektor tulang punggung perekonomian di Indonesia. UMKM mampu menyerap 97% lapangan pekerjaan.
Saya melihat ada lompatan dari sisi kualitas, baik kualitas kemasan, packaging, kualitas membangun brandnya, saya lihat bagus, kemudian desain berubah sangat ini sekali, drastis sekali, dan mulai dimasukkan ke marketplace, ke digital, yang nanti kalau sudah ketemu semuanya, bukan hanya marketplace di Indonesia, tapi dikoneksikan ke global marketplace.
Indonesia dengan kekayaan tradisi, budaya, dan sumber daya manusianya memiliki potensi yang sangat besar.
Sebetulnya pasar-pasar tertentu itu masih banyak peluang. Jadi jangan masuk ke yang produk massal, yang mass product. Itu bersaing kita kalah dengan negara-negara yang sudah memproduksi secara massal. Ya, yang benar ya seperti ini, produk-produk handicraft yang penuh dengan keterampilan di dalam keterampilan tangan, handmade, itu yang kekuatan kita ada di situ. Coba dilihat produk-produk yang ada di sini, semuanya kelihatan kelasnya, yang masuknya di situ.
Dengan akselerasi, kreativitas, dan kolaborasi, target 4,4 juta lapangan pekerjaan di 2024 akan bisa terwujud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, to give his remarks and officially open the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Yang saya hormati Direktur Jenderal WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang, yang saya hormati Menteri Ekonomi, Kreatif dan Pariwisata Indonesia, yang saya hormati Menteri Luar Negeri Indonesia, Gubernur Bali, para delegasi yang hadir pada pagi hari ini, hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Hampir semua keindahan, kenikmatan, dan kemudahan hidup adalah produk dari industri kreatif. Kota, pemukiman, rumah, dan interior yang indah adalah juga karya industri kreatif. Makanan, musik, dan seni pertunjukan yang eksotik juga karya industri kreatif. Bahkan berbagai kemudahan melalui aplikasi digital juga karya ekonomi kreatif. Karya industri kreatif dengan mudah melampaui batas-batas negara, tatkala teknologi digital memudahkan untuk berbagi suara, gambar, dan video. Industri kreatif tidak lagi menjadi produk lokal yang dikonsumsi masyarakat lokal, tetapi industri kreatif dengan mudah menjadi produk global yang mudah dinikmati oleh masyarakat lintas negara. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pada saat dunia membatasi mobilitas fisik manusia karena pandemi COVID, mobilitas karya-karya ekonomi kreatif tetap lalu lalang bergerak tanpa menularkan COVID-19. Sektor ekonomi kreatif relatif mampu bertahan di era pandemi dibandingkan dengan sektor-sektor lainnya. Dan beberapa subsektor ekonomi kreatif seperti aplikasi dan pengembang permainan, televisi dan radio, bahkan tumbuh signifikan dipicu konsumsi konten yang meningkat signifikan selama pandemi. Saya percaya ekonomi kreatif di Indonesia dan di banyak negara lainnya akan menjadi tulang punggung ekonomi di masa depan, semakin kuat dan diperhitungkan sebagai kekuatan ekonomi yang inklusif. Pengembangan ekonomi kreatif harus terus dipacu agar menjadi sektor yang futuristik, tumbuh lebih cepat, lebih besar dan maju. Hadirin yang saya hormati, hari ini 1.000 pelaku pentahelik dan pengambil kebijakan ekonomi kreatif berkumpul dalam Konferensi Ekonomi Kreatif Dunia ketiga, sebuah inisiatif global yang dirintis sejak tahun 2018 sebagai wahana untuk menggaungkan misi kreatif yang inklusif. Indonesia akan mengambil peran terdepan untuk membangun ekosistem ekonomi kreatif yang inklusif, mendorong peran ekonomi kreatif yang lebih besar dalam pemulihan ekonomi global. Ekonomi kreatif dapat menjadi solusi untuk meningkatkan taraf hidup masyarakat secara luas dan berkelanjutan karena mampu mendobrak batas geografis, gender, ras, dan strata ekonomi. Ekonomi kreatif bisa menjadi pilar utama untuk mendongkrak pertumbuhan ekonomi yang inklusif, pertumbuhan ekonomi untuk semuanya. Saya melihat topik-topik yang dibahas dalam konferensi ini sangat penting dan relevan. Kebangkitan ekonomi, hak para pekerja kreatif dan kekayaan intelektual, inklusivitas dan agenda SDGs, serta masa depan ekonomi kreatif. Saya yakin inovasi dan kreativitas ditunjang iklim inovasi yang sehat dan produktif yang dibarengi kebijakan yang adaptif akan mendorong kemajuan peradaban sebuah bangsa. Saya berharap World Conference on Creative Economy WCCE ketiga ini menghasilkan Bali Creative Economy Roadmap for Global Recovery untuk mengakselerasi proses pemulihan ekonomi nasional dan global yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, The World Conference on Creative Economy yang ketiga pagi hari ini saya nyatakan resmi dibuka. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, for gracing us with his attendance and for officiating this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, will be leaving Plenary Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, before we step into our next session, the attendees are welcome to the coffee break. The next session will be start promptly after the coffee break in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, now, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You can hear. Okay.
Check, check one, check.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue our program for today. So for that, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly enter the Mangopura and please be seated because we are about to start our program for this lovely morning. Thank you. Selamat pagi Bapak dan Ibu tamu undangan yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, would like to invite everyone to please kindly enter the Mangopura Ballroom, and we please you to be seated because we are about to continue our program for this lovely morning. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera dilanjutkan. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to invite everyone to please kindly join us one more time and please kindly be seated because we are about to start our program for this lovely morning. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan untuk dapat menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sebentar lagi acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. To start our program for this lovely morning, we would like to present you a very special performance by Pancer Langit. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to welcome our spotlight speakers, Mr. John Hawkins.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. I've been asked to talk about the state of creativity. And I think the state of creativity is very good. It's in good health. And I want to have I want to talk about one idea about this, which is that creativity is normal. That it's not something that only special people have, or creative people have, or artists or geniuses. It's something that everybody has. Everybody's born with a creative capacity, a creative urge, a creative instinct. A few weeks ago, I was visiting a friend, and we were watching her 7-year-old daughter, who was lying on the ground, drawing. She was drawing figures in blue and shades of blue, and then she began to sketch out the plan of a house behind. And the house was like a bird's eye view, so you could see into every room. And she began to draw figures in every room, and then she began to write what those figures were doing and what they were thinking. I was fascinated. What she was doing was very private to her, but it was also public. She was bringing out her ideas onto a bit of paper. Her mother and I sat there fascinated by her. We knew we couldn't, I wanted to say something, but I knew I couldn't say anything. It was an example to me that every child is born to be creative, and if they're not born to be creative, then doctors and parents get worried. That they're born with a capacity, they're born with the cognitive faculties to be creative. Not only to be creative, but to be interested in being creative, to have a passion for being creative. This young girl was passionate about what she was doing, absolutely passionate. And this is a very instinctive urge that we all have in our early years. Years 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a theory, completely unproven, that peak creativity for everybody is about age 4. Because up to that age, we have the freedom to indulge ourselves, to dance, not like these dancers, to dance in our own private world. If we fall down, we laugh, we're not embarrassed. The lack of embarrassment of children over their creativity is very important. It's a very important attribute. They're not embarrassed. If these dancers that we've just seen, these wonderful dancers, if they fell down, it would be professionally embarrassing. Children, they don't care. They laugh, they pick up. In fact, falling down is part of it. They invent imaginary friends that are more important to them than their real friends. And more loyal too, perhaps. They draw anywhere. Bits of paper, the walls, themselves, their hands. It's instinctive. It's absolutely instinctive. And then it needs to be developed, and they develop it by managing it, being more aware of the identity of themselves as an individual, and more aware of their ability to not just express ideas, but to manage their ideas, and manage their response to other people's ideas. To say yes to an idea, to say no to an idea, to say, well, maybe I'll think about it. Prove it. I'll let you know. So we've gone from the first stage, which is that every child is born creative, to the exploration of freedom to express that creativity. And that encompasses freedom of speech and free expression, but it's much bigger than that. And I'm still talking about creativity. We haven't reached the creative economy. We tend to concentrate on the creative economy because we can quantify it and measure it and count it and add up the number of jobs, add up the contributions to GDP, add up the revenues, the marketplaces, the sales. We can do that, and so that is what we focus on. But there's something else going on, which is this raw creativity, which is what feeds the creative economy. But it is not the creative economy. The creative economy happens when somebody thinks this idea that I have, this concept, this way of doing something that is new and different, divergent. I don't think newness is very important. It was important. It's less important now. It's the thing that I'm searching for is divergent. It's pleasing. It gives me joy. It gives other people joy. It gets their interest, gets their attention, and they are willing to stick with it. And if I want to put this thing, this design, this idea, this concept, this phrase, this terminology, this writing, this performance out there with a price tag on it, they're prepared to buy it, rent it, license it. That's the creative economy. It's a tiny fraction of creativity. And I've become aware over the last few years that if I may say so, the success of the creative economy due to governments like Indonesia, and I guess all the governments represented here, all the countries represented here in this room today, is because of the economic success of the creative economy. But at the back of all that, or feeding all of that, is the creativity of individuals. And I've been interested in what we need to do to encourage that creativity. What is it that we need to do to encourage a creative ecology? There's a famous phrase by Picasso. It's important to remember to be a child. Now, I have to say, it's a famous phrase by Picasso. There's no evidence he ever said it. But when we've come across a phrase that we quite like, we either attribute it to Picasso or Einstein. And this is usually attributed to Picasso. The important thing is to remember to be a child. But actually, the complete opposite is true. Because it's equally important to not be a child. This is about managing ideas. So, yes, have that raw creativity and the the joy, the rather selfish joy of enjoying one's own creativity and sharing that with other people, but also know how to shape, format, schedule, process that raw creativity into something that interests other people. The raw creativity basically is what interests me. It's equally necessary to process it so it interests other people. And if one is in the marketplace, so that they put down their money and buy. I always think there are 3 stages to the process. There's the everybody is creative principle, which is increasingly supported by psychologists and neurosurgeons, neuroscientists. There's the freedom principle, the freedom to manage one's own ideas, to say yes or to no. And then that freedom needs to be expressed in markets that are open, accessible, fair, and transparent. So if I'm doing something, you could get to hear about it. And if you want something, I know what you want. Now, markets is a slightly dodgy word at the moment because the markets are not behaving very well. I'm not talking about big financial markets or stock exchange markets or currency markets. Thinking more of a village market where people come along and they bring what they've made themselves and put it on for sale for their neighbors and they buy their neighbor's project. I'm thinking more of that sort of village market. And we need markets that are, as I say, open, fair. By and large, we don't like monopolies. They make sense in some circumstances, but they have to be justified. We like anybody to be able to dream and make and put something out there and reach an audience, a customer, a user. Those 3 principles, only the first two of which are to do with creativity, only the third is about the creative economy. So I think this has implications. I think it has implications for education. One thing I'm particularly interested in at the moment is what it means for the way we work. I realized some years ago, as I was actually here and in other countries, that creative people work differently to me, to other people. They just work differently. They have a different, they think differently. They have a different attitude to their own ideas. They have a different attitude to their own work. They have a different attitude towards the relationship in their work and their life. They, because of all that, they have a different attitude towards what kind of work they want to do, who they want to work it with. That has implications for organizations in terms of recruitment, training, remuneration, promotion, all these management ideas. It has implications for the financial, the way we treat assets in the company. And so I became interested in the future of work, because I felt all those ideas should be included in anybody who's looking at the future of work. And then I realized, I actually wasn't talking about the future of work, I'm talking about work now, work today. And I think it's clear to me that individuals and organizations that depend upon creativity, and yeah, creativity, but I would include inventiveness and ingenuity and the people who work alongside the creative people, they work differently, and I suspect that this is an advanced snapshot of the future of work. At the moment, the debate about the future of work is very often about robotics and automation, job losses, training of people to do new jobs that are sort of different but much the same as the old jobs. What's not been taken on board yet, it seems to me, is work that is based on human creativity. It's for that reason that I was particularly interested in the United Nations Year on the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, because it recognized that the creative economy is essentially a project based on humans, on humanity, and the quality of life. And it was a remarkable document because it says, look, actually the creative economy can make a huge difference to all these things, all these elements of life that really up till then we hadn't thought the creative economy was that much involved in. Poverty, sustainability, equality. But if you stop only thinking about the economics of what's happening and you step back to look at the creativity of the individual, then you can see a logic there about creativity as part of our humanity, not only an expression of humanity, but a contribution to us as human beings. So my final message would be that creativity is normal, and I talked about it being normal in children, but let's hope we can keep a bit of that throughout our lives. But creativity is not enough. We need to remember what it was like, if we can, to play as a child, the joy and the wonder. But we also know when we need to join the creative economy and develop our work, put it in the marketplace, and do the negotiations and the deal making. We need them both. Any creative economy strategy should deal with both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. John Hawkins. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us focus on the screen for our next topic, the policy makers, that will be presented to you by the Vice Minister of Finance, Mr. Suhasil Nazara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency Bapak Joko Widodo, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Excellency UN Secretary General, Excellency UN CTAD Secretary General, Honorable WIPO Director General, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Honorable Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. May peace be upon us all. It is my privilege to give you an address at this Third World Conference on the Creative Economy, the second day of this conference. I hope that every one of you is in full spirit and are able to enjoy Bali as well. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you knows that we have been 2.5 years in this COVID-19 pandemic, and it is we are very glad that this pandemic is coming to an end, and the economic activities start to improve in many parts of the world, including in Indonesia. You can see that Bali has already started again, and a lot of people coming to Bali, and all of you who are coming to Bali, welcome to Bali and welcome to Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we also know that right now, global economy, all of our economic recovery programs are facing different kind of risk. Previously, our recovery program is facing the risk because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, we are facing the risk because of the global turbulence. The global turbulence because of the higher inflation in many parts of the world that are spurred by the scaring effect of the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the global political tension. It is very important that all countries are working together hand by hand in order to have policy coordination in order to face this global economic turbulence. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has the vision to become a developed countries by the year of 2045. That will be the 100 years of Indonesia's independence. And to that end, we believe that it is very important to build infrastructure. It is very important to improve the quality of our human resources. It is very important for Indonesia to have continuous technology improvement, improving the government bureaucracy, making sure that our regional and spatial development are even and spread out, and also making sure that we have good financial and economic resources. One of the potential for the Indonesia's vision toward an advanced country in 2045 is the fact that Indonesia has a very large population. This is our potential. It is very important that our population is improving its human capital, the quality of its human capital, and Indonesia is on the course for that end. The large population is also very important as well because it is also the market for all of our micro, small, and medium enterprises. And in Indonesia, we are improving our micro, small, and medium enterprises so that every level can step up to the higher level. Micro enterprises can become small, the small can become medium, and the medium can become large. And it is important that the government, through the fiscal policy, provides the stimulus and provides the environment, provides the regulation that allows our micro, small, medium enterprises to continue to improve. The key for these micro, small, medium enterprises to improve is the creative economy. That it is the fact that the creative economy in Indonesia has a very big room. There are a lot of people that requires a lot of goods and services. It is important that our micro, small, and medium enterprises are continuing for the improvement. One of the key improvement for our micro, small, medium enterprises is the creative economy. The power for the creative economy is important in order to serve the large population of Indonesia. As a large population country, Indonesia needs a lot of goods and services. The people has a lot of ideas and a lot of market to serve. Tourism market, for example, there is a need to improve the services for our tourism. As micro, small, medium enterprises financing empowerment, or sometimes we call it the ultra micro financing program, or UMI, is part of the digital financing for Indonesia. The government has also utilized digitalization to improve access to the market of micro, small, and medium enterprises. For example, the Ministry of Finance has developed what we call the DigiPay marketplace. It is a system that can facilitate the involvement of micro, small, medium enterprises in the government procurement processes. We expect that more and more micro, small, medium enterprises can participate in the DigiPay environment so that the government fiscal policy, the government spending can be utilized by the Indonesia's micro, small enterprises. The large population of Indonesia is very important for improving and growing our micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's a huge market, and it is very open for our micro, small, medium enterprises to create the goods and services to serve the people. It is a big market, and there are in this recovery, during the recovery period after the post-COVID-19 pandemic, it is very important that we provide our micro, small, medium enterprises with an environment where they actually can grow. The digitalization of micro, small, medium enterprises are very important. The payment system, the digitalization of payment system that can be accessed by the micro, small, medium enterprises will make them easier for the payment. It is also making the micro, small, medium enterprises improvement in the production efficiency. The digitalization is also a source of a very important data for that our micro, small, medium enterprises can access. Let's take an example in the tourism sector. During the recovery period, I believe that a lot of Indonesians are now eager to go on the tourism activities. It is a market that can be served by the small, medium, and micro, small, medium enterprises in Indonesia, and various goods and services should be created in order to attract more and more tourists within the Indonesia. It is also very important for our tourism sector that we create new destinations for tourists. Indonesia has a lot of areas, a lot of potentials for tourist destinations. It is very important that the local economy can also support the creation of new tourist destination by creating new attraction, by creating new goods and services, and they all involve the creative economy in many parts of Indonesia. I suggest that notes can be compared and a lot of ideas on how to create new destinations, on how to create new goods and services in the tourism sector can be discussed in this conference as well. I believe the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Indonesia is going to benefit a lot from the discussion that this World Conference is conducting. I wish you all fruitful discussions during this conference, and I hope you are all safe and well. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now present our sub-theme, Creative Economy for Global Revival, with Rise Up Advancing Creative Recovery as our panel session for today. We would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage, Dr. Sony Rustadi.
I hope you are well today. Good morning, distinguished speakers, excellencies from Friends of Creative Economy, honorable ladies and gentlemen of the audience. Welcome to the first panel of the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy with our big theme, Inclusively Creative, a Global Recovery. My name is Sony Rustiadi. I am from the Global Center of Excellence and International Cooperation for Creative Economy, or we call it GCINC. GCINC is an initiative from the first ever World Conference on Creative Economy, the Bali Agenda for Creative Economy back in 2018. In our first panel today, we will have three distinguished speakers. Let me invite all of them. The first is Mr. Bahadir Abda Karimov, Director of the Agency of Cultural Heritage, Uzbekistan, to the stage.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Please take a seat.
Here.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks. Our second speaker is Mr. Dr. Chakrit Pichyankul, PhD, Executive Director for Creative Economy Agency of Thailand. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And our third speaker for this morning session is Dr. Dwinita Larasati, Head of Strategic Partnership, Indonesia Creative Cities Network. Good morning, Bu.
Good morning.
Thank you, distinguished speaker. So, this is our first panel. Let me say a few things before we invite all the three speakers for your precious materials and sharing. So, the world has suffered much due to the pandemic. While the creative economy is quite resilient, as Professor Hawkins mentioned earlier, compared to the other sectors, it also suffered from spillover impact. Reflecting on government and institutional perspective, ways and means to back up this sector are imminent and urgently required. From bursaries to capital opportunities to revitalization, all are being ensured to revive and rise up to the global creative economy. In these sessions, we are taking a look at how policies and hands-on involvement of key stakeholders are elevating the life of our creative industries. We are also putting more look on how impactful certain initiatives and programs could rise up to the recovery of COVID-19. It is hoped that through this perspective, we build the sector back better and construct the future anew. Allow me to invite the first speaker. And before we begin with his, I'm sure, very enlightening speech, allow me to read his profile. Mr. Bahadir Abda Karimov is the Director of the Agency of Cultural Heritage under the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Heritage of the Republic of Uzbekistan since 2021. One of the biggest projects realized very recently is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Uzbekistan in 2022. He is also currently managing the restoration activities in the old city of Bukhara and Samarkand. Another project under his curation to be mentioned is the Museum of Friendship and Religious Tolerance in Samarkand. In 2020, he also curated the archaeological mission of the Republic of South Korea in Samarkand. Mr. Bahadir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and guests, good morning to all, both on stage and in the conference room. My name is Bahadir Abdulkarimov. I am director of the Agency of Cultural Heritage under the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Heritage of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you for having us on this inauguration day of the new editions of the World Conference for Creative Economy in Bali. I am delighted to join you today to represent the Republic of Uzbekistan. I would first like to salute the great organizations of this important event and express our gratitude for including us in this first panel. The World Conference for Creative Economy is an event that we have been following with great interest since its inception in 2018. As many around the world, these past few days we have also witnessed the intensive work done during the G20 Indonesia. We acknowledge the strong commitment to developing cooperation between countries, including the support of growth of the vivid sector of creative economy. The motto of the G20 Indonesia could not express any better what the world needs now: recover stronger, recover together. Allow me to present the Art and Cultural Development Foundation under the Cabinet of Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Launched in 2018, the foundation supports the initiatives of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan to develop and broaden all aspects of art, culture, architecture, education, and inclusivity in the country, and to set a vision for the world's cultural cooperation. Our mission has been formed throughout the years and is still being developed in line with the needs of our country and the international cultural sense. Over the past 5 years, we have looked simultaneously at our domestic and creative community senses, but also have participated in international ones. In Uzbekistan, we initiated significant programs, including the building in Tashkent of the National State Museum by renowned architect Tadao Ando, the first center for contemporary art in Central Asia by Studio KO, the first French cultural center and center of restoration, the building of art residence in collaboration with French architecture firm Studio KO. Abroad, we opened the Uzbekistan National Pavilion at the Venice Biennial in 2021. And next month in Paris, we will be showcasing exceptional pieces never exhibited before at the Louvre Museum and the Arab World Institute. We are at the heart of supporting and fostering new talents, creating new expertise and job opportunities in the cultural sector. We have created a lab welcoming students in the arts to following classes, lectures and workshops, and to be included to our international events. We take seriously the pool of talent of our country has and contribute to developing more creative initiatives to support young cultural and creative professionals. We are about to launch several artist residences for art practitioners, but also for researchers and designers. They will all be hosted in the traditional and historical districts of Tashkent and will engage with the local residents as part of a thorough program of revitalization and involvement of all social communities. Moreover, we have also started the construction of Uzbekistan's first Center for Contemporary Arts. It will become a hub for established and emerging creatives, will coexist sharing their knowledge, expertise, and welcoming new talents. We also associate all of our programs with the implementation of inclusivity programs. With an immense sense of pride, it is Muhammad ibn Musa al-Harazmi, an Uzbek scholar based in the Baghdad House of Wisdom, who gave his name to one of the most used words today, algorithm. We celebrate him this year at the Venice Art Biennial. By launching such initiatives, we develop the country's vision to offer and reinforce chances for creatives based in Uzbekistan to grow the creative economy sector. With the environmental challenge our world is facing, I believe that a great number of solutions will come from the innovative problem-solving orientations of the creative economy. Far beyond culture that has often been first and foremost associated with this sector, we have witnessed the complete inclusion of the creative economy in the fourth industrial revolution. Since 2016, a new impetus was given to the development of the creative industry in Uzbekistan, which implies a number of few laws and benefits in this area. The government of our republic has introduced measures to develop creative business and to boost the growth and sustainability of cultural producers. It includes tourism, craft, and entertainment. Also, Uzbekistan has opened with the free entry to around 90 countries. Next year, in the region of Karakalpakstan, we will be launching a complete 360 community driven initiatives to revitalize a desert location by the disappeared shores of the Aral Sea. Such important mobilization of political, economic, cultural, and social forces will allow this region to build a positive future, retaining the population on site whilst welcoming and hosting international experts and creatives to work together on immediate and long-term solutions. Uzbekistan has perhaps not been heard enough in the creative sector in the past years, but it has prepared the foundations to become an important player worldwide. We know how much the country has to offer with its heritage, but also its dynamic youth and rapidly developing art sector. We are open to discussing new initiatives with you and the attendees. We welcome you all in Uzbekistan. In a challenging world, the creative sector is essential, if not crucial, to inspiring innovations minds to offer new solutions, develop the circle economy, and allow young and fresh talents to make their future world a better place. And never forget the quote by Albert Einstein: "Creativity is contagious, pass it on." I wish you all great success to this new edition of WCCE. You can count on Uzbekistan to carry forward the outcome of the sessions. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that eloquent insight to what Uzbekistan has done, sir. Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we move with our second speaker, which is Mr. Shakrit Pichankul. The floor is yours, Mr.
Okay, good morning, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shakrit Pichankul from Thailand Creative Economy Agency, responsible for fostering creative economy in Thailand. Thank you for having me as a guest here today at the World Conference on Creative Economy. And that we talk about our mission, the overview of Thailand creative economy, and the impact of the COVID-19, and the strategies that we plan to implement. We are the public organization under the Office of the Prime Minister, working to enhance Thailand creative economy, strengthen creativity and innovation ecosystem, facilitate creative businesses at all levels, reinforce entrepreneurship and competitiveness, enable effective policy decisions, and collaborate with public and private sectors. Thailand creative economies covers 12 industries and another 3 industries that are able to explore the potential and the output of the creative industry, which are food, cultural, tourism, and Thai herbal medicine. Altogether will be driven by our key strategies to empower cultural asset and creative city, to build creative business competitiveness, and to enter the global market. Thailand creative economy is valued at 1.2 trillion baht, generate almost 8% of the GDP in Thailand, and employ more than 1 million workers. According to this GE McKinsey metrics, design, advertising, game, and animation have shown the highest potential and will be elevated with the integration of innovation and technology, while music, movie and series, and content and media platform still have much to improve. So business model and product strategies must be revamped. Unsurprisingly, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit really hard at the cultural tourism, but craft, food, and digital content still make profit because of the lockdown. So the question is, what's next? We, Thailand Creative Economy Agency, come up with this equation of cultural asset with the integration of creativity and, of course, technology as driving forces to revive creative economy after the pandemic by implementing 3 strategies. And the first one is empowering creative cities and geographical indication assets, or GI, one of the intellectual property. During the past 3 years, we made a remarkable impact within 33 creative districts all over the countries by co-creating with local stakeholders to discover their unique assets and identities for value creation. Among the 33 districts, there are 5 flagship creative cities that could be the guidelines and lessons to further develop new creative districts in the near future. We also developed a tool called Creative City Index as a means to measure and improve the creative aspect of the district at all dimensions. In order to drive the ecosystem of these cities, we organize annual Bangkok Design Week, Chiang Mai Design Week, and Isan in Thai mean Northeastern Creative Festival. The activities include showcase and exhibition, talk and workshop, creative market, and business matching. These 3 annual events have generated more than 2.9 trillion baht in economic value, with over 1.6 million visitors in 3 years. Our ambitious goal is to promote high potential creative cities to join forces with UNESCO Creative City Network. So far, Thailand has 5 cities granted. Phuket as a city of gastronomy, Chiang Mai as a creative city of craft and folk art, Sukhothai, creative city of craft and folk art, also the World Heritage Site by UNESCO as well. Bangkok is the creative city of design, and just recently, Phetchaburi is granted creative city of gastronomy. To drive creative cities is actually not all about physical placemaking, but also discovering their unique cultural assets so the city can grow sustainably. That's why we pay special attention to geographical indication assets that is estimated at 10 million baht a year in economic value. And among the most popular GI product is rice. There are 133 rice varieties in Thailand, and 7 of them from the northeastern provinces granted geographical indication registration, and renowned for their unique texture, flavor, and fragrance. There are actually 2 projects underway to add value of GI rice. We work with researchers to develop rice flavor and fragrance profiles for storytelling and branding strategy. We also have another project, is rice wine with Thai tropical fruits, using ancient fermentation techniques. The next strategy is integrating technology and innovation to improve business competitiveness. It's undeniable that the metaverse has been recently recognized as the opportunity in the new virtual economy. McKinsey and Company said the value of the metaverse could reach $5 trillion by 2030. In 2022, investment into the metaverse space alone is more than double what it was in all of 2021, or more than $120 billion. And in Thailand, more than 20 million Thai people are expected to participate in the metaverse ecosystem by 2027. So we think it's crucial to equip our creators and students with the knowledge of skills needed to capture this opportunity. That's why the same old existing business model can be enough to expand the business globally. We need to cultivate the development of new business models like CreaTech startup to integrate technology into the innovation process, provide easy access to sort of funding and IP. However, there's still a missing link between creative people, virtual production, and the metaverse in Thailand. The investment cost is very high, and high technology are inaccessible. Moreover, there's a lack of content and skilled workforce too. So the investment in building creative space for creative people to learn the metaverse technology is crucial in order to upskill and reskill creative workforce. Therefore, we will launch Creative Economy Agency Metaverse Ecosystem Lab in 2023. This space will provide a sandbox for creators, SMEs, and undergraduate students. We also collaborate with universities and private sectors to provide content production courses to them as well. Last but not least, our third strategy is commercializing creative content business. We believe content industries would enhance Thailand's soft power and explore greater value for tourism and other industries. However, we lack a variety of content, market connection, especially the OTT, global consumer insight, universal creative content talents, such as producer, writer, and director. Therefore, we need to elevate the skills and competency to increase the number of international standard films to promote Thai content to the global audience. All this pain have brought us to launch the project called Creative Economy Agency Content Lab, partner with Thai Netflix in 2023. The project aims to incubate high potential content creators targeting for an international audience. To the 6-month internship program, the participant must apply as a group of 3, consists of producer, writer, and director, working together in finalizing proposal and teaser production. That's all for me today. Thank you for joining my session, and let us be greater together with creativity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakrit. And now we move on with the only lady of this panel, Dr. Dwinita Larasati, which is the head of strategic partnership from Indonesia Creative Cities Network. The stage is yours.
Can we have the video?
Yes, I think we start with videos, short video.
Something I really need to tell you.
Not this one. Not this one.
Pulau Para Dewata. Bali menjadi rumah bagi siapa saja, bagi kebaikan yang pernah ada.
Jayapura, sebuah kota sejarah yang terletak di tanah surga. Kota yang selalu dipenuhi dengan toleransi dan ramah tamahnya.
Kota Sukabumi. Ya, kota kami adalah tempat berbagai tujuan.
Yang pernah ke Sumba pasti bilang Sumba itu pulau beribu bukit, di mana kuda-kuda berlari bebas, di mana rumah menara dan kubur batu menjulang.
Banyak yang bilang kota Malang itu menyenangkan. Banyak orang datang untuk bekerja, melanjutkan pendidikan, atau bahkan singgah di sini.
Banyak yang bilang kota Padang itu menyenangkan. Warganya pandai berdagang, banyak orang datang untuk bekerja, atau bahkan untuk berwisata.
Suguhan kopi hitam, sirih dan pinang, senyuman hangat di wajah terbersih.
Tapi akhir-akhir ini terasa sedikit berbeda. Adanya pandemi buat kota ini jadi sepi.
Pandemi ini mengusik ramai momen, terkhusus kota Daeng kita.
Belakangan Bali agak melenan. Pandemi menciptakan sekat yang begitu perih.
Jayapuraku sedang bersedih. Masa pandemi membuat kita tak bisa lagi menyanyi, berkumpul bersama, nikmati papeda.
Sudah banyak yang rindu ramainya pecinan, jalan-jalan di kayu tangan,
jalan-jalan di pantai Padang, berwisata ke Batu Malin Kundang,
keramahan Tabanan, Klungkung, Bangli, Badung, hingga kreativitas tanpa batas Denpasar.
Singkawangku sah nak khawatir, kita pasti akan pulih.
Tanang sana, Padang akan pulih, Indonesia akan pulih.
Jayapura harus pulih. Mari torang semua rapatkan barisan, yakinkan iman bahwa COVID-19 bisa torang lawan. Perjuangan kreativitas anak negeri di balik awan, terada siapapun yang bisa patangan topu semangat kawan.
Nawa, Malang akan pulih, Indonesia akan pulih.
Semeton sarang sami punapi gatre. Meriki melancaran ke Bali.
Gak sabar ketemu umak kabeh. Ayas wis kangen.
Hente cahi, yo onomi, temarni, hanaset.
Buah tomat ditanam balimo. Pesta kembang api di Tugu Gampo. Emang nikmat duduk bersama. Minum kopi sambil bercarito.
Thank you. The video we just saw was made by a group of ICCN. So during the first year of the pandemic, where exactly creative economy, creative industries are restricted to meet directly with the customers and so on, what we did was we have our members train them online to make video, but because in the way it's not the video itself in the end, but it's a training of editing picture, editing music, voice talent, and so on and so on. So this video is gathered from 8 cities in Indonesia to make people, to give a spirit to people that the pandemic will be over. We will actually, just to make us feel better about the pandemic afterwards. So we give hopes instead of just lamenting how the pandemic is going on. So I'm Tita Larasati, as mentioned before, I'm the Deputy of Strategic Partnership for Indonesia Creative Cities Network, and we may start with the slide, please. It's not appearing yet. So if I can have the slides, okay, thank you. So if you see this map of Indonesia and the numbers we have, this is really a great blessing, but also a challenge at once, because we are archipelago with 17,000 something islands, 200 something million people, and our challenge is always logistics, of course, so it's hard to get access, equal access to everyone for services, basic services, facilities, and so on. It's also a challenge for us to have this equal access to education, health, and so on, and it's always disparity that we're talking about. But we also are very adaptive to technology, and we have a huge number of young people. And with technology in their hand, you should be able to do something. And we're at the number of the demographic bonus, and if you don't do anything about it, then it's such a shame to leave the momentum behind. So with this kind of diversities, it has become also our richness. What happens was, because as I mentioned also yesterday, a group of young people, communities all over Indonesia actually, so not only in big cities, urban areas, but also many people from many islands, other islands. These young people realize that they cannot rely on extractive economy. So they cannot just keep digging minerals, cutting trees to sell them, but they start making income from their creativity and the ability to create. So this actually happens sporadically around the same year, the early year of 2000s. So they form communities in their cities, they make changes, they become local leaders, they form communities, and they connect to each other through technology, social media, and so on. So they form network, and this network keep making programs and events that actually is willing, or the objective is to make their city or their regencies better for them to live and play and work. And this will roll into economic activities that often offers urban solutions. And in the end, because we do it repeatedly, then it becomes social innovation. So in a way, this is the mapping of when we connect to each other. ICCN is a hub organization that connects all these initiatives and local leaders and communities up to today already in 240 cities and regencies. Indonesia has a total of 514 cities. So we've been arranging meetings. So we initiated in 2015, and then we were only 20 cities and regencies, but then growing and growing because we believe in the same thing, and we have been having meetings all over the place. So last time we had our meeting in Jakarta, our national meeting, and we then note that we are now 240 cities already joining us. And actually host is here, Mas Handoko. He's the chairman of Jakarta Creative Cities Forum, and they are hosting our last meeting last week. So with all these communities with different kind of characteristics, different kind of dominant potentials and so on, we have to find a kind of framework that is valid for everyone, everywhere they are. I'm from Bandung, so whether we are in urban area like Bandung, or whether they're in coastal area or remote islands and so on. So we gather all these phenomena and happenings and what we have been doing with our own communities, and we formulate them into this framework that we can agree upon. So this is a result of a consensus that, for example, if we talk about creative economy, we talk always about the ecosystem. So not only the creative industries, not only about the transactions, but also about the supply and demand sides. So we care about the creators themselves and the goods, product or services that they come from them, and how to deliver them to a healthy market, or appreciators, also awards and so on, which will return to them, to the creators, through the process of R&D, where they can receive feedback from the work. So we believe that creative economy is an ecosystem, it's cross-disciplinary, and it's a value chain. And we believe that there's a synergy of the stakeholders of creative economy, especially if you put creative economy within a city level, regency, then we know that these are the actors that we can collaborate with. So there's a synergy between the academia, the business sector, community, and government. There's some idea also aggregators. Aggregators contain of finance institution, enablers, accelerators, and so on. And we usually work within the 3 simple steps: connect, collaborate, and commerce. That's where we're ready to expose our work. And then we know that there's this sustainable development goal, which is a goal for everyone. And we have 10 principles of Indonesia Creative City that is our consensus also, that all members of ICCN will try to comply to these principles. So the principles has these keywords: compassion, diversity, solidarity. Economy is there somewhere, but it's not the first or the main aim. So we also, for example, respect to heritage, respect to creativity, innovation, science, technology, and so on. And with this framework, during the pandemic, of course, everybody was surprised, what can we do? Because then the world was shut down a bit, but we have to move on. So at ICCN, we have this program called Aksi Bersama Bantu Sesama, or in English, Solidarity Act. And we then formulate these steps. So there's mitigate and survive. That's where nobody can just really do anything. And then slowly we recover, and then going to the phase of reestablish and develop, and then grow and sustain. So we create 5 task forces. One is fast response, as the name rescue implies. You really have to distribute all these logistical things. So, for example, cultural creative workers, they cannot perform because there's no stage allowed. So these dancers, musicians, and so on, especially the traditional ones, they don't have any means of income. So what we did was gathering our network who has, for example, farmers that cannot sell their work in the marketplace because marketplaces are closed. So at the grassroots level, we coordinate it so, we arrange it so that the food is delivered to these people in a way that we know, because these people know, because this is a way to help, because by then the government was still gathering data and so on, and it takes time, while the people are already needing all this stuff. So we're assisting them in the way. And we also have dumping, which is collecting data. You see the map above. This is data from people who needs what kind of art group or sanggar needs what. So in a way, we also have membership data from there. And Puli, the video you saw, those are the footage from the video, Sumba, Bali, Malang, and so on. This is where we give activities to our members about the video is just a media, but then going there, we realized that we need skills to actually deliver communications and thoughts and insights through this audio and visual media, because it's the only one that is safe to be distributed then. We have online courses. The posters are down there, some of them. So we have tens of classes about anything, about IP, about creativity, about something. And then ICS, the last one, is the local brands champion. So we curate local products at different levels. So in total, we have 15 programs during the pandemic. And this is what we do within our community means. In a way, we've been working with the government as well to deliver this kind of resources and all. So this is from different parts of Indonesia. Some stories are really like this. We call the food healthy package. We send it to the, for example, the ondel-ondel performers. And we also go to remote islands because our communities are also there, far away. But we also continue, so post-pandemic, we also handle the resiliency project, like there's some flood or earthquake and so on. So we also do that. And the middle part, there's Arak Bali from Samsara in Karangasem. And they actually make this for drinking. But during the pandemic, they turned some of the production line to making hand sanitizer. So all of those examples, we then adapt those 10 principles and examples to our government's KPI. Because we know that creativity or tourism or stuff like that is not the priority of our government. They always put on top as priority, of course, infrastructure, education, health, and so on. But creativity is actually embedded in those as well, in a way. So with this white paper on creative city, we try to embed our 10 principles into this government KPI, and we make a dashboard. It's still beta, but it's a creative city index where it can be a tool for local governments to make decisions and policy if they want to deliver a regulation or a certain facility, especially concerning the creative economy potential. So that's our way to speak up for ourselves as a community. This is just an example from West Java, for example. So West Java government province, this is a province, the most populated province in Indonesia, 30 million people. And we also implement the creative economic ecosystem. And in a way, this is a list of our potentials in West Java. But then this is a model because the dashboard is complicated and it's really take a lot of resource to make it happen. But we do a kind of manual version of it. So every year, West Java Creative Economy and Innovation Committee produce a report book. So this is from 2021, where they always review the potential of creative economy. And in a way, we rank them. There are 27 cities and regencies in West Java. We rank them not to say that this is more creative than the rest, but the indicator shows which part of the creative city aspect that they lack of. For example, the city has, this is new regulation on creative economy, so they can go up. Or this campus has made a research about this, and this can go up. But other cities can go down because maybe they lack of community sense. So in a way, this is a way for us in the province to evaluate what we can do better. And this index is being duplicated also to other cities and regencies within the ICCN members. Of course, we have to reinforce them through the enactment, institutional enactment. So for example, we work together with ITB University to have this conference on fostering creative economy and so on. So we gather all the research about creative economy in here. And we work with association for, in this case, Professional Design Association. In Bandung, we have biannual. And we also push the creative economy bill for Bandung City. So whoever the leader of the city is, official leader, they should always foster creative economy. So in a way, whatever I'm talking in this session is from the viewpoint of communities that try to have creative economy officiated within as a strategy of development in a local area. And this is our effort also is to, next to publishing the book or white papers on creative city, we also participated in formulating policy recommendations with different partners. For example, We have the Global Solutions Network, and we have also contributed our framework there, the Rome Charter for Agenda for Cultural Rights, and we exercise with our programs, are we doing it right? Because then you have to see if we also get recognition from different bodies that also care about creative economy. So these are just some examples. And lately, we work also with G20 since 2020. We work with Urban 20 to make a policy recommendations called Inclusive Creative Economy and the Future of Work. Because there, the argument is creative economy is the sector in the future that can accommodate inclusively workers from any segments. And in 2021, we contributed to Think 20 in Italy. So we have this policy recommendation called Creative Economy 2030, Inclusive and Resilient Creative Economy for Sustainable Development and Recovery. So in this policy recommendation, we pointed out about the measurement and harmonization of standards and so on about creative economy, because every country has different ideas about it. And this year, because Indonesia is the host of the summit, we work with Urban 20 to make this People and the Next Economy that refers to the creative economy in the city, what should you do? We work also with ASEAN organization, and we also work with Creative Industry Policy and Evidence Center UK, with the global agenda for the cultural creative industries. There's also, the latest one is we work with UNESCO Cities Platform. We produced this Beyond Urban Road to G20 Summit, also 3 points about creative economy within the city, and lately with Asian Development Bank. That's all for me, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Tita. Very interesting insight from all three speakers. For sure, this is a very enlightening because we have several sources, from policies, from government, and also from stakeholder community, creative community. We will be moving on with our Q&A, and I will invite the audience if you have any questions and interact with the speaker. But I will start the questioning myself, if I may, and then invite all the audience. If you would like to have your question, the committee will help you with the mic. And also our audience in the from online, you can actually access our Slido. The information is provided by the committee, and the committee will then record your question to be asked to our panelists. So audience both in this room and also from the online audience, you can ask questions and interact with our speakers. But let me throw one question for all our three speakers, wonderful speaker here. So for sure, in each of the country, in Uzbekistan, in Thailand, and also Indonesia, we have a various sector included in the definition of the creative economy. And towards the COVID pandemic situation, some sector may have, grow, some sector may have their challenges. So my question is, how do you see the resiliency of the sector? Which aspect that should be boosted or improved or protected, mirroring from the experience of COVID, some sector, grow, and some sector may have their challenges. Let me start with Uzbekistan first. Mr. Bari, if you want to start with our response.
If you let me.
Yes.
If you let me, maybe I answer your question later.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. No worries. You want to answer now or
what?
Can you answer on in each of the sectors in Uzbekistan? Some sector grow, some sector may have challenges. So, what do you think need to be addressed and strengthened to in relation to learning from that experience, Pak? Sir.
If you let me, I want to ask to your question later.
Oh, later on. Okay.
Yes,
so we move on to this.
Yes,
okay.
Yes,
no worries, no worries. Yes. So we can start with Mr. Sakrit then. How do you see in Thailand?
I actually mentioned in my slides that in Thailand that the craft industry, grew, even though during the pandemic, also digital content as well, of course, right? People stay at home in lockdown, and but cultural tourism was hit really hard, and that I'm sure happened all over the world, right? So about how resilient of the industry, I think people in the creative industry actually try to express themselves, and you know, in Thailand now, I would say the pandemic is almost over. We back to normal. So activities, you know, like events, are back now. You know, you go to shopping mall, you see a lot of events, activities going on. At the same time, tourists start coming back to the country. You see a lot of, you know, like tourists walking on the street, you know, like street vendors selling things. Of course, much better than during the pandemic. So we also plan to, you know, like doing some event, you know, to promote Thai tourism as well. So we actually the host of APEC this year in Thailand in November. So our agency will organize event, you know, to welcome the tourists to Thailand, starting in November till February. Okay, there will be a light and sound shows in temples in Bangkok, like the old town part of the Bangkok, and also there will be a Bangkok Design Week event in February as well. So that, you know, I think that should be able to spark, you know, the spotlight in the tourism industry for Thailand. That event would be a big push, I think.
So pushing on events to regenerate the creative economy, although some sector may have grown in COVID pandemic era, but for sure one of the key is to get people to move.
Yes, that's why I mentioned about the cultural tourism. That actually, like, you know, was hit really hard. That's why we want to bring that tourists, you know, back to enjoy the vibe of the Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hakrit. Bu Tita, how can you see Indonesia, Bu?
Yeah, everywhere in the world, people know that during the pandemic, the world is at pause.
Yes.
And people start to rethink what is important.
Yeah.
What do we live for? And during those restrictions, of course, obviously, business and delivery expeditions, they are the ones who gain a lot of profit because people have no choice but delivering stuff to their doorstep and so on. Not only goods, but also food. So those kind of industries, I think it's accelerating their development, obviously. So in creative economy, people in UI, UX, apps, and so on, IT, they're getting more and more demand of, including the security of this kind of delivery and apps and so on. So that's one. And the other one is, as we can also feel it, people right away crazy about all things that are healthy. Or people start buying bikes and so on. So there's an increase in bike. As you know, when we were going to buy a certain kind of bike, you have to wait for 3 months until you get, because it's a new kind of lifestyle. People start to look for things that are organic, things that are natural and so on. And Indonesia is full of those. So it is not a wonder that a lot of our people, startups and so on, they start to dig into this kind of potentials and make into a new kind of tourism, new kind of post-pandemic work and so on, which is exciting because it's a new experiment for us in experience. And people start offering experience tourism, of course, because that's what we look for. With all these restrictions and new kind of health protocol. So I think, well, obviously also industry of games, we also know that this game company in Bandung, they really know from their data that people, while they're at home, they're looking for older games. So they can sell new games, but the people also buy older games to spend their times inside. So those are obviously content industry and so on. For TV, that's why, and also for the online meeting platform. So those are the kind of, say, occupations that actually needs a lot of resources to be put in there, and we know where we're good at. So if I may add a bit of examples for what our CCN members has been doing. So for example, the one I showed, Samsara, is in Karangasem in Bali. They make their own alcoholic drink and get into hand sanitizer. But then they also offer this kind of tourism, but experience about using the basic Balinese philosophy. There's also Rumah Hatsiri in Central Java, and it's really dig into the potential of the local plants that makes fragrance. And it's not only a factory now, but it's also a resort where people can go and go along the narratives of wellness through this potential, to this. And then there's many places actually, Cengkeh Avo in Ternate, and in Bandung we have this Hutan Menyala or growing forest. The people go through this kind of tourism while still keeping the distance, being outside, getting some, I don't know, not nourishment, but also mentally nourished and so on. So those kind of fields have a lot of potential.
So adapting to this new trend, adapting to post-pandemic lifestyle.
And creative economy is the sector to do it, because we're supposed to be the most sensitive people in the world to sense what people really need.
Thank you, Bu Tita. So, Pak Bahadir, if you ready to learn from Uzbekistan?
I am so sorry.
No worries.
I have some problems with my English. That's
worry.
why I was waiting my.
No worries, sir.
Yes.
No worries. Yes.
I have some difficulties to explain my.
Definitely.
Yes.
No worries, sir. If not, then we can look to the audience first, if you don't mind.
Later.
So probably I'm reminded by the committee we have 5 to 6 minutes. If we have question from the audience, there is an audience in the back. Hello, lady. Yes, please with the mic, and thank you very much. Please state your name.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Rosalina Norita. I'm a travel advisor for the cruise company. My question, I was interested with Mr. Sanjit. I was in Thailand last week, and I was amazed, to see how many, the progress, So my question, how you can influence, your ideas, your goals, to the Thai authorities tourism. Second, I do understand that you have population of 65 millions. And I saw a lot, that Thai people, they never cook. They always buy the food at the street vendors. Yeah. And I saw them, they carry the coffee with the plastic. Everything is all with the plastic. How you can, do something, to recycle those plastic, all doing recycle. And I was impressed, when I went to the Platinum Fashion Mall, there are many Indonesian people there, you see. So that's why, so I'm curious, how you can improve things a lot, Even in the Patpong market, there's no more a jungle bar with the full girl dancer, Now everything is changed, So you have an Asiatic and Icon Siam, So there is, all the tourists so comfortable, enjoy the culinary with the family. So I just curious, how you approach, the government, to implement all your ideas. The second question, for Ibu Larasati. Ibu, I do understand that Indonesia is the biggest Muslim country in the world. Our population more than 256 millions. And we are very, very larger. And then I do understand also we have a problem with the internet here. Have you ever think to collaborate with the Starlink company, or or Indonesian government is gonna be send their own satellite, to cover internet? Because now these days, like a big cruise company, they work together with Starlink, even Delta Airlines, So for the travel, for the tourists, they can still enjoy to get the internet connection, to get connected, for around people around the world. So that is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we have 2 questions, but I think everyone can chip in with their answer. So the first question, if I may summarize, for all of our three speakers. So the first would be, how can we influence government, because government have their own, approach to things, right? So how do we approach them? And second is about infrastructure. Infrastructure, how do we make sure, well, the question is for Ibu Tita, but I'm sure that all three speakers can chip in their respective countries' experience. How do we address the gap of infrastructure? I don't know whether, I'm sure that in Indonesia, the gap would be different case and challenges with Thailand and Uzbekistan. But how do we then address this gap of infrastructure? First, perhaps to Mr. Sakrit, please.
You want me to go to a specific industry? I mean, I think actually she mentioned about tourism. I heard that a lot, that you mentioned that when you just came back from Bangkok, right? Yes. You see some change happen there in Thailand. I think during the pandemic I would call it a disruption, okay? And every disruption, there's a restart, of everything that we work around, okay? So I think people in Thailand actually thrive to express themselves, thrive to, like sell things, they lose their job, and especially creative workforce, in many industries, okay? So when the country is open, like we just, thirst for that work and want to make money, and there's a few problems that I see, among the creative workforce. Once the disruption happens, you can no longer, apply the same business model, or you cannot sell to exactly the same marketplace. Market has been changing because of the disruption. So I think understanding of the business model, both the government agency and also the private sector, because as you know that, working at creative economies actually try to bridge creative individual with creative entrepreneur. That's how the economy create, and the value is there, right? Because we actually making money. It's all about businesses. So understanding the business model, understanding the demand side, where we work a lot with creative individuals and creative entrepreneur, but I also want them to understand also the demand side of the market, especially when you want to go global. So I think the policy that we actually trying to work right now, try to bridge, that creative individual and creative entrepreneur all together, and also try to explain and try to educate them that how the demand, the understanding of the market is very important. You cannot just do your work and try to create something new that does not understand the market.
So understanding the market and even the business model of not only the business but also government, how they work,
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Really, engage the government into policies that all stakeholders will benefit.
Yeah, I actually work with a lot of creative individuals, and they tend to do things. It's really nice and new, But again, you need to understand the demand side. A product or services, there are only two aspects of them. There's a good function and aesthetic. Okay, once you answer those two parts of the product, you also need to understand and answer the customers as well.
Thank you, Pak Sakrit. Perhaps Bu Tita, I'm aware of the time limitation, but probably short on the government relationship and infrastructure, Ibu.
Sure. Well, digital disruption is inevitable.
Yes.
But digital infrastructure is another thing. It's really a challenge.
Yeah.
So we know that some of our networks, if they're in remote areas with difficult signals and so on, they have a way to be self-sufficient in arranging those. And we know that internet is necessary, especially for education and so on. But I didn't put this on the slide, but we have these 11 ways to reach the 10 principles, and among others the technology and so on. So I think because ICCN is placing itself as a strategic partner of the government, we also are pushing, say we have our, what is nilai tawar again in English? We have our bargaining power to the government. So we know that it should be contextual if we want to do something. So you cannot force what's happening in Bandung to other cities in other areas with different characteristics. So in a way, yes, important it is, but you cannot force that, and you have to make the optimum way to do it through these 11 ways that we offer.
Thank you, Bu Tita. This is a big question, I know, but
In a
very
short time.
interesting insight. So,
And
Pak Bahadir,
if you-
perhaps
and if
you would
let
like
me-
to address all three
yes,
questions.
If you let me, I will
Yes.
answer in Russian and Madina will translate.
Okay, no worries.
Okay?
Yes, Pak.
Okay, yeah. На вопрос, значит, как улучшить инфраструктуру для поддержания креативного сектора, в первую очередь путем поддержания молодежи, креативной молодежи, упрощения процедур для предпринимательской деятельности в области культуры, создания доступных механизмов для частных предпринимателей.
Answering your first question, how can the government support the creative sector overall? So the first thing is, in our country, we envision it as supporting the young generation, the creative generation that has the potential of working in creative entrepreneurship sphere. The second thing is to create the mechanisms that can somehow ease the process, the legal process, and different other processes of actually getting engaged into this sphere. Lastly is to engage more of the creative people by support from the government in terms of creating the platform for the development overall. So it can be the government decrees, it can be different legal documents that can support the sector overall to create the strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Bahadir, and all three distinguished speakers, Pak Sakrit and also Ibu Tita. That concludes our first panel on Rise Up, Advancing Creative Recovery. We see a lot of experiences and example from these three great nations, Uzbekistan, Thailand, and Indonesia, in terms of policy and how communities can experience their COVID-19 and bring this experience towards the next level of creative economy. The next would be collaboration when public meets private on our second panel. With that, I conclude my first panel of the session, Subteam 1, Creative Economy for Global Revival. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll see you in the second panel. Thank you very much for our distinguished speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Dr.
Pak
Sonia
Bahadir. Thank you very
Rustadi.
much.
Thank you.
And also to all the speakers for Creative Economy for Global Revival. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to continue for the next session. As mentioned before, that we are going to have the next discussion on collaboration when public meets private. So for that, we would like to request everyone to please stay with us. And once again, we would like to extend our gratitude. Thank you very much to all the speakers and also moderator for the session of Creative Economy for Global Revival with Rise Up, Advancing Creative Recovery. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our second panel discussion for today, we have the collaboration when public meets private. So for that, I would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Salfitri Mariunani, PhD.
Check. Yeah. Still good morning, everyone. So, distinguished guests and excellencies of the and participants. And participants of the World Conference on Creative Economy. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm going to be moderating this second session of the this morning. And my name is Salfitri. I'm from the Global Center of Excellence for International Cooperation and Creative Economy, and you can call it GSync. And for this topic, the topic of this session will be collaboration when public meets private. So we're going to have three distinguished speakers as well. Before I introduce you to all of them, I'm going to call them one by one. So perhaps the first speaker will be Mr. Darren Ong, the Senior Manager, International Public Policy of Amazon. Mr. Ong, would you come up? Okay, thank you. So, and the second speaker, a lady from the North Carolina, USA. I would like to call Miss Margaret Collins.
Yeah, please just message me. Thank you.
The founder of Center of Creative Economy from North Carolina. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Okay, so, and our final speaker of this session is Christopher R. Tough de Venecia, the representative of the 4th District, Pangasinan, House of Representatives of the Philippines. Glad to have you with us, sir. Okay, thank you all of the speakers. How are you today?
Very good, thanks.
Bye.
Kevin, so, okay, we're going to have a 60-minute session for this morning. And then you will have to present all of your materials for about 10 to 12 minutes. And then we're going to have a question and answer session with the live audience who are present in the venue, as well as the audience from the online session through Zoom platform. Okay, so perhaps before I'd like to invite Mr. Ong for sharing his material. I'm going to read out your profile first, sir, if that's okay. So, okay, Mr. Darren Ong, the Senior Manager of International Public Policy from Amazon. So, he manages the public policy efforts for Amazon consumer business units such as e-commerce, for example, SME and global selling and digital services. For example, Prime Video, Twitch, and Audible in various APAC or Asia Pacific countries, particularly those in Southeast Asia. And also he started his career in Singapore's Ministry of Education as a policy analyst, focusing on educational technology issues before moving to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, where he managed Singapore's bilateral trade relations with several countries in Southeast Asia and Oceania. So if you would like to start your presentation, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's really a privilege to be here at an amazing conference in an amazing destination. If I can just do a quick introduction about Amazon and myself, and then I have a very short presentation to share with everyone.
Yes, of course.
Awesome, thank you. So I help to manage the public policy efforts for some of the Amazon consumer businesses, and that includes e-commerce, digital entertainment services like Prime Video, for example, and the devices that Amazon has, Kindle, Alexa, and so on. And when I think of these different Amazon services, they're all actually part of the creative economy. You can see facets of the creative economy in all of them. And I think we're really proud to be able to partner with the local governments to support the growth of the creative economy through all these services. And let me start with e-commerce. I love food, and what I love even more is sharing my love of food. And so I'm very pleased that Amazon has a business unit called Global Selling, which helps local companies find consumers all around the world. Essentially, how do you start local and sell global? We have banana chips manufacturers from Thailand selling to US customers. We have Trung Nguyen Coffee from Vietnam, which is a very popular chain there. Now the coffee beans are being sold to consumers to North America via Amazon.com. We have Naoki Matcha from Singapore selling artisan matcha to new fans around the world. And this is just the food products that are being sold by local MSMEs to global customers. We still have all these other beautiful cultural products, beautiful creative products, fashion, even furniture, handicrafts. I think there is just so much opportunity for MSMEs now to find new customers around the world, find new fans for their creative products. If I just zoom in on one country and give you a few statistics, Thailand, for example, over a one-year period, Thai sellers sold more than 7 million units of items on Amazon's marketplaces. So that's 14 products every minute. And the number of Thai sellers that surpassed $1 million in sales increased 30% year on year. I think that is the next opportunity for the retailers, for the manufacturers, for the brand owners in our region. We need to think beyond the shores of just our own market, our own little country. But what is possible out there? Can we find new fans for the wonderful products that we've made? So that's the e-commerce bit. I'm very excited about the opportunity. And now on to digital entertainment. Prime Video is a streaming service that serves video on demand content, films, drama, and so on. And I think the best way to introduce Prime Video is probably through a video. So for the technical team, thank you so much for helping to load the video, if you don't mind. And as they load the video, I will just, oh, there we go.
Du ser glatt ren.
I am very excited.
The name's Bond, James Bond.
이번엔 진짠 줄 알았는데.
남들이 나를 두려워했으면 좋겠어요.
You following what's happening in Thailand?
Some kids stuck in a cave.
With oxygen running low, the entire nation is anxiously waiting for what will happen next.
Black rose, yeah, they're waiting in the shadows. You might break if you fracture.
comment to ever learn.
WCCE improvise.
This is Julia.
Thank you, thank you. Just a few months ago in August, we launched the Prime Video service to Thailand, Indonesia, and Philippines. We're very pleased to be among very esteemed members of the industry. I think it's wonderful that you have more foreign companies coming in to invest in the region, and we hope they can grow the pie together. So our ambition is to become the most local of the global streaming services. That means having a very localized approach to have local marketing, local partnerships, and definitely local content. The little sizzle that you saw was just a little snippet of some of the local content that we want to create. There's licensed content, shows that have already been made. We're trying to find new audiences for them around the world, as well as original productions. What are some of the stories that Southeast Asia has always wanted to tell, but has never had the chance to? We'd love to be able to be a partner in telling those stories. I think we've started to see some of the shows come live on the Prime Video service. There's a show from Indonesia called Before, Now and Then, directed by Camila Andini, starring Happy Salma. It's a very local show because it's set in 1960s Indonesia in Javanese language. It's a very beautiful artwork, wonderful reviews from Variety magazine. If you go on Rotten Tomatoes, 100% ratings. So I encourage all of you to give it a try. And we're looking forward to many more shows from the region. Now, the theme for this panel is about collaboration, how governments and private sector can work together. When I think back on the e-commerce side of things and the Prime Video side of things, I can think of so many examples where we have worked together with governments and that we want to learn from and want to adapt and grow from. Just the last week, we brought a number of execs out from different countries, and we were touring Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. We held dinners or lunches in each of these places, brought together the creative community in all of these countries, and just introduced ourselves, shared with them our vision, and started to have many more fruitful discussions about what kind of projects we can be working on. It's great to have the support of the Film Development Council in the Philippines, for example. The chairperson, Dr. Cruz III, was our guest of honor, a very well-known individual in the entertainment industry, and to be able to join with him on stage to give that encouragement to the industry. I think that's where private and public sector can come together and make a stronger voice together. If I'm looking ahead, just today, we are doing a webinar for sellers in Singapore who are keen to sell to the US. I think it's happening right now. For the rest of this month and next, actually all the way until the end of the year, we'll be doing many more summits for sellers. Excited to be able to do them as in-person events and with a virtual component as well. These are our flagship events that have received thousands of registrants per country, always been supported by the government agencies in each of these countries. I think that's another example of how private and public sector can come together to send a aligned and strong message to the creative economy that there is a lot of potential out there, we're here to help you. So I'm very excited about the opportunities that we can see for the creative economy, be it across e-commerce, digital entertainment, and so many others. So if I may borrow a concept which I learned from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy in Indonesia, gercep, gerak cepat, right? Work fast, work hard, and let's move quick. With the support of the government partners here, I think we're excited for what's in store. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for the lovely insight for this public and private collaboration in terms of your area of expertise. Okay, okay then. So we're moving on to the second speaker of the session, which is who is Margaret Collins. So probably I'm just going to read out your profile for a bit, Margaret, if that's okay. Okay, so Margaret is the founder of the Center for Creative Economy, CCE, whose mission is to launch, grow and accelerate creative entrepreneurs and businesses in North Carolina, Piedmont Triad, the state of NC in the USA, and throughout the Southeast area. CCE founded and hosts Velocity, an annual startup accelerator for creative entrepreneurs based in the Southeast and the US. It has helped launch 50 companies with 8.1 million in revenue and 7.4 million in investment. So another program, Kinetic, delivers a boot camp for creatives to help validate an idea, understand financials, and target customers. She is also a co-founder of the National Creative Economy Coalition and partners with organizations supporting creative industries throughout the US. So Margaret, the floor is yours. You may start the presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure my mic is on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but...
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Hello?
No.
There we go. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Darren. That was a really great overview of how public and private can work together. Well, I'm proud to represent the Center for Creative Economy in Winston-Salem, North Carolina in the USA. And I want to share how we work with both public and private partners. Let's see if we can get that. If you want to put the slides on the screen, that would be good. Okay. So Winston-Salem is called the City of Arts and Innovation, and we were home to the first Arts Council in the United States, as well as the Center for Creative Economy. This year, we have celebrated our 10 years milestone. We launched in 2011, and after 4 years of working in both economic development and workforce development for creative industries, we went through a discovery phase of what are we actually going to do with our creative economy. I did co-found the Creative Economy Coalition in the United States, which is focused on creative practitioners throughout the country. CCE then began developing programs that our local creative entrepreneurs really needed to grow. And after celebrating 10 years, all of this has led to a creative industry and entrepreneurship focus. CCE is a nonprofit, and we actually raise public and private funds to support our operations. We rely on business leaders with entrepreneurial experience to serve as our facilitators and our mentors. This enables us to offer affordable programs to the entrepreneurs. CCE and our partner organizations offer scholarships to these programs, including local universities, which also help support the local creatives. Our board is actually made of 12 members with business expertise that get involved in our programs and help with community impact. So our focus is creative entrepreneurs. We host the Velocity Accelerator and the Kinetic Bootcamp. So public-private partnership is the focus of this panel. We began as an organization to stimulate business growth and jobs. Thus, CCE is able to attract both public and private partners. We can state the number of jobs, the revenue, and investment for the companies that we launch. We track them and we follow them. And that really helps make our case to our partners. The public and private partners have rallied behind us, and they're very supportive of what we do. CCE leads a groundswell that is building a large entrepreneurial community. We nurture a culture for developing the entrepreneurial spirit. They come into our program with one set of ideas, and we help them remain open and adapt until they nail that idea that works with their target customers. We teach them to adapt, change, and pivot. So here are the stats from our first few years of our accelerator. It's now 57 companies that have been launched and have a great track record for revenue and investment that you see there. This is in our accelerator. And then we've launched another 20 companies in our boot camp. So how do we get an 80% survival rate when the national norm is around 5 to 10% of startups? Well, we teach this entrepreneurial and confidence mindset. Businesses often fail, but entrepreneurs can survive and persevere if they have the skills they need. If you have the right mindset, you can figure it out. And CCE leads a culture where entrepreneurs have confidence to succeed. And our programs are dedicated to helping women and minority founders. We have 61% that are female and 32% are people of color in our programs. And we want to expand to serve those that need us most. Yes, there are challenges. We've heard how access to capital is a major challenge, and this is especially true for women and minority founders. Creatives don't get trained in business skill development, yet study after study shows that women and minority-owned businesses are critical to economic growth. And following the 2008 recession, they were key to our economic recovery. So CCE provides inception stage business skill training. We offer this in a hybrid mode, so you can attend in person or online. Our Kinetic Bootcamp is for idea stage entrepreneurs. The goal is to define your customer and ignite your idea, and we help you learn this entrepreneurial mindset. And then in the Velocity Accelerator, we have 10 companies that are chosen nationally and globally. We offer the hybrid style, so participants can join from anywhere in the world via Zoom, and they have. We embrace new technologies and expand our programs to meet the needs of our entrepreneurs. So these are the representations of our local ecosystem, which includes nonprofit, government institutions, and the private sector. We collaborate closely with all of these organizations to create an effective network of support for entrepreneurs. In our state of North Carolina, public institutions can fund the nonprofit programs that support the entrepreneurs, but they cannot fund the businesses directly. So CCE has a launch fund, and our programs complement and collaborate with others in our community. What we do is really instrumental to our local community by being a core strategy for promoting Winston-Salem as the home for arts and creative industries. Drawing founders from around the world is creating a powerful geographic diversity. Companies learn about Winston-Salem and North Carolina, and our local entrepreneurs get connected to colleagues all across the US and beyond. We have hosted companies from India, Sweden, France, Spain, Mexico, Caribbean, and all across the US. So what we focus on is inception stage companies. We vet and mold them and get them ready for the next step in their journey. Within our ecosystem, CCE is the catalyst for 10 to 15 new company starts each year. Then they move to a local incubator called Winston Starts that works on scaling. It needs people that are vetted, trained, and coachable. Pictured here are the Winston-Salem, the 2020 cohort of Velocity, and they all were offered a spot in the Winston Starts incubator. So our research and analysis of current trends in the creative industries reveal these sectors with high potential and areas that we want to focus on. Entrepreneurs in these industries are applying to our programs, and they are a real good fit within our curriculum and in our CCE mentor expertise. So there you see apparel, fashion design, content creators, digital tools and media, which is where the film and interactive companies serve, and then of course arts and entertainment, culinary food, and then creative health, tech, and wellness. We have a huge healthcare program system in our community that support our work in finding those that are solving problems in the healthcare space. So a little bit of a deep dive onto the Kinetic Bootcamp. The major focus of this 4-week program is customer discovery. Each team must speak to a minimum of 5 customers a week and dig deep into what the problems their customers are facing and how they can possibly solve those problems. This creates deep learning, which causes them to tweak and pivot and get to a workable business model. And then our signature program is the Velocity Creative Business Accelerator. This is a 10-week program, and we've just inducted our 2022 cohort. They're going now. It's really strong, and we actually increased it to 12 teams this year. We have a team from Sweden, a company from Atlanta, and then all across North Carolina. You can even join us on November 10th for our demo day and hear the pitches. We will host the 12 teams in person in North Carolina and then offer a hybrid option for those not in the US. CCE will invest $50,000 in seed stage funds and split that between 3 companies. And we have 35 plus mentors that work to make it real. So we focus on the why for the companies, positioning statements, competition and differentiation, customer development, business models, financials, marketing, messaging, and then funding resources. When they emerge from Velocity, they are competitive and are confident and ready to launch. So here are a few success stories. Kevin Clark, the founder of Point Motion, is a composer who designed a software that uses music to analyze the movement of senior citizens and children for diagnostic purposes in the healthcare space. He relocated his company from Boston to Winston-Salem after his experience in Velocity. And then Jenny Earle is a fashion brand building bandanas with talismans of encouragement and bravery on each one. Wearing the bandana makes you feel strong. And then Preet Singh from India is a graphic visualization company called Live Furnish that produces images of furniture and accessories in minutes rather than days. He works directly within the furnishings industry, which is big in North Carolina, and he moved his operation from India to North Carolina and now has 50 employees and is growing and expanding throughout the country. And then Camille Hurd of Fellow, which stands for Everyone's Love of Hair, is an online source for beauty and hair accessories. And then we're going to have a video of Camille. She wants to share her take on these things.
Velocity, we knew we had a lot of work to do, but we didn't really know exactly what needed to be done. Velocity has really helped us move forward, not just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks, but with really a method to grow the way that we need to grow.
Thanks, Camille. Camille was one of our seed stage investments, one of our winners. And from the CCE Launch Fund, we provided seed funding to her and many other creative cohort members. And this is in the form of $50,000 in zero interest loans that are given to 3 companies each year. And over the 7 years, our companies have produced $14 million in revenue, $21 million in investment, and 289 jobs. So we're proud of that, and we want to keep growing it. And as I mentioned earlier, we've just celebrated 10 years of growing and doing this work, important work in developing creative entrepreneurs. Our kickoff event was back in May of 2021, and we celebrated for an entire year. Pictured with me on the left is Denise Adams. She is the Mayor Pro Tem of Winston-Salem, and she is instrumental, along with the mayor, in securing the recurring support for CCE, which really emphasizes that you must stay grounded locally in order to grow your businesses beyond local and regional and national. And then our big finale was in May of this year. We were fortunate that Susan Jaffe, the incoming artistic director of the American Ballet Theater in New York, was our keynote speaker. Susan shared her entrepreneurial journey, of which CCE has been a part, and we have helped her found a creative businesses other than dance. So she is an entrepreneur herself. Pictured here on the left is Joe Carroll, the market president of Bank OZK. They are a private business supporter of CCE. The bank provides the funding, and his team provides a lot of mentorship, particularly in the financial sector, financial industries. And so I want to say hats off to our sponsors and donors. These people provide the public and private partnership that keeps CCE operating. We have cities, counties, individuals, foundations, corporations, individuals, and foundations. We're very, very pleased with the support we get. And I thank you for your time. I would love to connect with you, and if you have any questions. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Margaret, for your lovely presentation. So we're moving on to our final speaker of this morning session. So if you allow me to read your profile for a bit, Christopher. So Christopher Ortov de Venetia, the representative of the 4th District Pangasinan House of Representatives of the Philippines. And as the congressman of the 4th District Pangasinan in the Philippines of House of Representatives, Christopher de Venetia has orchestrated many initiatives in the creative economy sectors. And being a young actor, theater director, and Philippines lawmaker has given him opportunities to advance Filipinos' creative players, as well as expanding connection with the industries. So if you would like to start your presentation, Tov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings and creativity, masantos ya agawad sa kayo namin. I'd like to thank, of course, the great President Joko Widodo, and of course the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, headed by the erudite Minister Uno, and UNCTAD for this opportunity to add my voice to the global platform and conversation on creative industries. I'd also like to commend Indonesia for hosting the 3rd WCCE and for spearheading at the UN General Assembly in 2019 the resolution highlighting the significant role of creative industries in nation building, thus underscoring their massive contribution and giant potential in promoting economic growth and social and cultural development. All right, so as an advocate for the development of the creative industries in the Philippines, I was very, very happy with 3 key milestones that I will share with you today. First is the Philippines-Indonesia Agreement on Creative Economy. So this MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, was entered into by Philippines and Indonesia during the state visit of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. last September 5, just a few days after his first State of the Nation address. So this is actually the culmination of a 2-year effort which started back in 2019 during the Philippines-Indonesia Joint Working Group on Trade, Investments, Handicrafts, and Shipping. The MOU aims to pursue inter-country initiatives such as knowledge exchange, market linkages, capacity building, creative hubs, and intellectual property protection and development in 4 areas of collaboration, which happen to share the same nomenclature as 4 of 9 creative industry domains in the creative industry framework of the Philippines. So one is creative services, second is audiovisual media, third is performing arts, which is closest to my heart as I am a theater director and producer myself before and even now. Books and press, and other areas to be determined by both parties which have an intellectual property potential and component. So the next creative milestone that I'd like to report to this body is the enactment of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, or Republic Act 11904. So this was a culmination of a 2.5-year effort. I went on a lot of listening sessions weekly, 8 to 10 hour Zoom hearings with different creative industry stakeholders, which ranged from our international resource persons like John Hawkins, the Korean Creative Content Agency, British Council of the Philippines, Japan Foundation, and even local leaders and captains of industry in industries as diverse as fashion, game development, animation, architecture, urban planning, gastronomy, esports, performing arts, live events, and many others. And I'm happy to report that the law lapsed July 26, just a few days, or rather a day, after the first State of the Nation address of President Marcos Jr. And basically, we had to take stock of everything that we listened to on Zoom in the last 2.5 years, and we condensed the forms of state support to the following. One is research and development. Second is digitalization grants. If firms would like to migrate their business operations online or would like to develop their own digital platforms, their own streaming platforms, so that they can also distribute their content locally and create their own intellectual property. Third is capacity building in areas like entrepreneurship, which I know Margaret is very passionate about. Financial literacy. Fourth is marketing and promotion. Of course, participation in trade shows abroad, such as South by Southwest, our Maison Objet in France, or and many others. Fifth is policy assistance, meaning to say they will be recommending bills to us in Congress for us to deliberate and enact. Sixth is access to credit. Of course, very competitive and needs to be also tailored to the peculiarity of the creative community. Seventh is fiscal incentives for firms that will locate in the Philippines in terms of income tax holidays and even deductibles in terms of income tax. Eighth is data and information management. We need to be able to measure the contribution of the creative industries to the Philippine economy. The last effort was undertaken by the WIPO and the IPOPHIL, or the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, back in 2014, and they measured 7.34% contribution to GDP. We need to update that figure, and that didn't include gastronomy and, of course, the freelance economy. Ninth is, of course, creative education. How do we address job skills mismatch with what creative youth are learning in our educational institutions and firms that eventually will hire them when they graduate? 10th is support to non-formal learning. So this was also mentioned in yesterday's session. So we will be providing support to creative residency programs, to museums, to schools of living traditions, where indigenous cultural communities and indigenous peoples are able to pass on their knowledge to future generations. And of course, online modalities and learning platforms, all of the master classes and all the webinars and seminars. 11th is ease of doing business. We need to reduce red tape and reduce the bureaucratic burden and the barriers to entry. And of course, the Creative Startup Fund, if freelancers would like to formalize into the economy. Now, since we are the subject of public-private partnerships, the private sector will not just enjoy forms of state support, but they are also enjoined to participate in some of the programs of this law. One is the new government agency that will be created, which is called the Philippine Creative Industries Development Council. So it's a 19-member council with 10 government representatives, including the Ministry of Tourism, and 9 private sector representatives. So there will be a representative per creative industry domain as identified in the law. So we actually follow the UNCTAD framework in the Philippine Creative Economy Experience. So those domains are audiovisual media, digital interactive media, creative services, cultural sites, traditional cultural expressions, publishing and printed media, performing arts, visual arts, etc. Second, the local culture and arts councils in every city and municipality need to be activated. And that is a public and private mechanism for dialogue and exchange. Third, we also create a Creative Workers Welfare Standing Committee attached to this new government agency so that we can discuss issues on labor, welfare, contract enforcement, as well as wages and occupational safety and health standards in various creative industries. Fourth, we are creating a Creative Industries Month every September in the Philippines. And the private sector are enjoined to participate by creating their own program or event. Fifth, we provide support to business support organizations and creative workers' welfare organizations because government cannot do it on our own. In fact, even the enactment of this landmark initiative, we relied a lot on the lobby from the private sector. They used their voices, they took to social media to put political pressure on government to be able to pass this law. And so we are very, very thankful and grateful to them for serving as leaders in their own respective fields. Sixth, as we craft industry roadmaps for every domain as identified in the law, the private sector will need to be engaged. There are clear KPIs for this law, which include jobs, revenue, GDP contribution, value creation, market development and expansion, export, as well as intellectual property ecology. And the private sector needs to be on board in crafting short, medium, and long-term plans for the Philippines and its creative economy. Seventh is shared service facilities. So as machinery is turned over to them, as computers or shoemaking machineries, they have to take care of it. And finally, co-working spaces will be constructed so that gig workers have a space to work as well as to cross-pollinate ideas amongst each other. Next slide. So the third creative milestone that I'm very excited about is the Philippine Creative Cities Network. I'm happy to report that this has been institutionalized in the law that we recently passed. This serves as both incubator to cities who want to nourish and galvanize creativity for their socio-economic agenda, and also accelerator for cities who are already doing that and need a little bit more push to make successful bids to the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. To date, we have 2 UNESCO Creative Cities in the Philippines, Baguio for craft and folk art, and Cebu for design. And this is, again, a public-private partnership which galvanized public stakeholders like the UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines, the Design Center of the Philippines, and of course our office in the House of Representatives, as well as private sector stakeholders like Smart PLDT and Stages Productions. And of course, I'd like to thank Tita Larasati and the Indonesian Creative Cities Network for serving as our inspiration for this program, which is now finally institutionalized. And I believe we have a video in the next slide.
Creativity nahanap kahit saan, every day, at nasa loob nating lahat.
Creativity is manifested in many ways, and creative skills are essential in numerous industries.
Every Filipino must understand the significance of creativity in our daily lives.
Creativity is the root of all progress, innovation, and development. Let's systematize the creative agenda now.
Kailangan ng creativity ang ganap na inklusibidad at kooperasyon sa pamamagitan ng isang mapagtangkilik na kapaligiran.
Creativity is the ultimate sustainable resource, needing platforms to facilitate innovative, impactful, and sustainable collaboration.
The creative agenda must be institutionalized at all levels of policy, formulation, and decision-making.
Creativity allows us to create the cities of tomorrow by being inventive, innovative, and by identifying it as a strategic factor for sustainable urban development.
Para cada ciudad creativo debe poner con la creatividad y industria cultural na centro del plano de desarrollo del mga gobyerno lokal.
Magtinguha kita nga mag-uswag pagid ang Philippine LGUs para nga malabot naton ang UNESCO Creative Cities Network status.
So we have about 146 cities in the Philippines, and to date, 48 have signed on to the platform. So we hope to onboard more cities as we explain to their respective city mayors why they need to support their grassroots local creatives. Next is this program that we started in the House of Representatives. It's called the Arts, Culture, and Creative Industries Block. So it was formed in 2019. We started with a ragtag team of 15 members of parliament, which has since grown to about 68, which includes our very own Speaker of the House, 12 deputy speakers, 20 committee chairpersons, myself included as chairman of the Creative Industry Committee in the lower house, and many other members. And how we try to empower the private sector is first by celebrating global achievements. So we rely a lot on the creative industry leaders to tell us if somebody won an award abroad in some kind of festival, whether in Cannes or Venice Film Festival. If an esports team won the World Mobile Legends Summit, or if a Filipino restaurant abroad earned a Michelin star. So they tell us, and then we file the resolution and we pass it, and then we give it to them as some kind of legitimization and thank you to their achievements abroad. Second is creative dialogue. Like I said, we've been doing weekly 8 to 10 hour Zoom hearings. It's really so exhausting, but it's necessary, and we try to provide a platform for creatives and the private sector to be heard, so that they can share with us what are their pain points and what are their problems that need to be resolved, because they can't do it on their own. If the cost of paper is too high, which is already 60% of production cost of books and newspapers, what can government do to reduce the cost of paper and also of ink? Or, for example, if there is a lack of raw materials for textiles for our fashion industry, or raw materials for the furniture industry, then we need to be able to address these things. Third is creative collaborations. So we actually partnered with some business support organizations like the Philippine Fashion Coalition to create pins that all of our lady legislators in the lower house wore during the State of the Nation address in the previous Congress. We also collaborated on these hashtag, the future is creative pins, with the Communication Design Association of the Philippines, so that we can mainstream and lobby for the passage of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act. And of course, legislation. We already passed the Creative Industries Development Act. We need to pass the Freelance Protection Bill. We also need to pass the Cultural Mapping Bill to encourage all of our city mayors to do cultural mapping and cultural stock-taking in their own localities. We need to pass the Creative Residency of the Philippines Program Bill, as well as many other measures that will build upon the gains of the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act. Next slide. So I'd like to propose these two initiatives First is an interparliamentary alliance for creative policy. I believe we need to mainstream and link up with other intergovernmental bodies, such as, of course, you have the IPA, you have the ICAP, you have the APA, the IAPP, the OECD Global Parliamentary Network, and many others. I believe we need to mainstream the creative agenda in all of these global fora. And then the second, of course, as Indonesia takes the chairmanship of ASEAN this year, perhaps there can be a dedicated technical working group to discuss cooperation in the creative economy. Next slide. So as we orientate towards the future and dream up what's next for the creative industries, I want to remind us of a not-so-distant memory of the sector being deemed as a non-essential during the early days of the pandemic. It was, perhaps, still is a sad reminder of the value that contemporary society affixes to creativity with all the complex issues confounding our world. Creative and cultural programs are always first to suffer budget cuts, and the sector's critical mass who work in the gig economy were revealed to be very much vulnerable, with lack of protection. A stakeholder from Creative Industries Philippines, which is a business support organization, then shared with me this startling thought. What if creative industries were to go on strike? What if nations experience a creative blackout? What might that even look like? Can society function without creativity? Would we have survived the pandemic without Amazon Prime or Netflix or Spotify or all the books that we were reading? Here's another story. My friend David, who is a bit younger than I am, is a successful computer engineer at a large semiconductor firm headquartered in the United States. His success was not news to me because he's always been the studious type. So we caught up some years ago and he seemed curious about the things that I was doing in Congress. So I told him about all of these creative industry work that I've been doing. He then said, I'm not sure I've told you this, but when I was younger, I wanted to be in the performing arts. And I asked him, so why didn't you? And he said, well, life happened. And that story is not peculiar to David. It's a story that's shared by a lot of creatives today, especially those who got displaced by the pandemic and turned to other industries for sustainability. It's a story that's shared by creative youth who, when they tell their parents that they want to pursue a career in the arts and creativity, they are told by their parents that there's no money to be made in creativity, so why don't you find a job elsewhere? And we are reminded about why we have conference like this and why we all work together to be able to develop the sector further. And so I'd like to end with this video in the next slide.
I've been working on filing bills for the creative sectors in the Philippines for some time now, working day and night talking about why creatives are important to our country, why they're essential, and why they need the support of the government. Whenever I give a speech to talk about this, I usually talk to government agencies, industry leaders, and other stakeholders. One morning though, with a speech prepared for that audience, I was surprised to find myself addressing a crowd of faces I wasn't anticipating. Instead of grown-ups, I had to talk to grade 5 students, children. I asked myself, why would they want to hear what I had to say? How could I explain what I was trying to do? What would my charts and data even mean to them? Where would I even begin? I couldn't give them my prepared speech, so instead, I started by asking a question. I asked the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? One said, a doctor. Another said, a lawyer. A businessman, said a third. It was then that I asked the kids if any of them wanted to be a creative. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Then someone spoke up and asked, "But what do creatives do?" The question might have well been, "What good are creatives for?" I told them, "Look around you. A lot of what we enjoy was made by creatives. From the books we read, the games we play online, to the clothes that keep us safe and warm. Chances are creatives contributed to their making. From the houses we live in, to what we put in them that make it our homes, you bet that creatives had a hand in making them. In fact, a lot of the things you like, the things you love, are the work of creatives. So if we enjoy their work so much, we should value them as much as we value doctors, lawyers, and businessmen." I told the kids, when I was a child, all I wanted to be was a creative, to be an artist, to be in the theater. But not everyone wanted me to be an artist and to be a creative. In fact, many discouraged me from pursuing my dreams. It would be very hard to succeed, they said. Better to have a real job to fall back on. I wish, when I was their age, I was told that yes, I can be a creative. That when I grow up, I could earn and live as a creative. And as a creative, there's a future I have a hand in making and would want to be part of. We have the chance now. If we want creatives to help us create a better world, then we need to help creatives. By helping them, we help everyone as well. Our businesses, our culture, and our country. We need to come together as a community to create a future where the kids of today would want to be the creatives of tomorrow, and that nobody tells them to think otherwise.
A creative future should not be left to chance. It is planned, not dreamed. It is organized, not whimsical. It's taken seriously and not treated as an afterthought. Let us forge a more sustainable creative future, if not for us and our generation of creatives, then at least for the future. Because truly, #the future is creative. Thank you.
Okay, so on the very touching note, Christopher, I would like to say thank you for your lovely presentation, as well as for our other two speakers for today, Darren and Margaret. Thank you so much for your sharing with us. However, unfortunately, due to our limitation of time, we will not be having a question and answer session, because we still have a lot more agendas for today. For example, our lunch time, I think, is upon us now. So for that, I'd like to thank all of the audience here in the venue and all of the audience online as well. We will see you again on the next sessions of this World Conference on Creative Economy. Thank you so much for your participation, for joining us. We'll see you again later. Good day to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Ms. Salvitri Mariunani, PhDC, and also to all the speakers for the topic collaboration when public meets private. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now after this, before we are heading to our next session of the day, we would like to invite everyone to enjoy the lunch break. But we are expecting you to be back here and join us one more time at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat menikmati lunch break terlebih dahulu sebelum kita akan melanjutkan sesi kita pada kesempatan kali ini. Dan kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat kembali lagi ke ruangan ini pada pukul 1.30 waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Terima kasih.
Satu dari ya. Tes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome you all to the Mangupura Hall because the program event will be start in a minute. Selamat siang kepada Bapak Ibu yang terhormat. Kami persilakan untuk masuk ke ruangan Mangupura Hall karena acara akan kami lanjutkan sebentar lagi. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to please kindly join us inside of the Mangupura Ballroom because we are about to continue our next session for today. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat bergabung kembali bersama dengan kami di ruangan Mangupura karena kita akan melanjutkan sesi kita pada kesempatan kali ini. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, now shall we commence with the World Conference on Creative Economy Day 1. So for that, please welcome the CEO and founder of Indodex, Mr. Oscar Darmawan.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, my slide. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu. So, please let me introduce myself. My name is Oscar Darmawan. I'm founder and CEO of Indodex. What is Indodex? Indodex is Indonesia's startup for crypto. Indonesia's startup for blockchain. We founded this company in 2014. Since 2014 until now, we are the leader in the market of crypto and blockchain ecosystem. Now we have more than 5.5 million members of 5.5 million members in Indonesia. Today we will try to talk about crypto ecosystem in Indonesia. How developed is this creative industry? When we're talking about crypto, we can see the beginning. In the beginning of time, when the Indonesian people get introduced of crypto in 2013 back then until now, we can see number of people who trade of crypto is increased year by year. In the 2020, Indonesia have more than 4 million people trading crypto. Now, in the middle of 2022, we have more than 15 million people trading crypto. And when we are talking about crypto transaction, in the 2020 August, from January to August, the total transaction of crypto is about 249 trillion rupiah in Indonesia. This data is only in Indonesia. And actually, this data is about 2 or 3% of total crypto transaction in the world. It's still quite small compared with the total transaction of crypto in the world. But this data is very interesting because we can see the number of transactions, the number of volume is growing year by year in Indonesia. And now in Indonesia, the crypto itself is regulated under Commodity Future Exchange Supervisory Board under Ministry of Trade. So the status of Bitcoin, the status of crypto in Indonesia is 100% legal. Is now classified as commodity. When we're talking about number of transactions, volume transaction in Indonesia, that only 250 trillion rupiah or around 16 billion US dollar is maybe quite small compared with the total industry of crypto in the world. But when we try to see based on the number of users, Indonesia have quite interesting numbers. Because actually, based on the number of the users, Indonesia is one of the highest of crypto users in the world. Followed by Brazil, followed by UAE, and Singapore, Israel, and so on. all this crypto innovation, all of this crypto ecosystem actually built based on this technology called blockchain. I think everyone in here already know and heard about blockchain. Basically, blockchain is a database system where distributed and spread across multiple nodes based on peer-to-peer network. Basically, it's an infrastructure where people no longer will rely on single server, single system database, but it's where a system where can running decentralized peer-to-peer, where when the data stored will be permanent, the data will be immutable. The data that stored on the blockchain will be preserved permanently and immutably. It gives security to the people who use the blockchain. Blockchain technology has been used in various industries. When we are talking about in the finance, many people try to do many experiments about digital currency payment. I think everyone in here heard about Bitcoin before. Or maybe some of you heard about Ripple. Maybe some of you heard about Ethereum. In the finance, also in the finance sector, blockchain technology also try to do many innovation in the interdivisional accounting, in the clearing, trading, derivative, and as well as even for decentralized capital market. When we are talking about blockchain technology in the governance sector, we can see some of government even try to do experiment using the voting. They try to running the voting schema, the election on the blockchain to make the election to be more fair. Because when the data stored on the blockchain, the data can be instantly calculated and can be stored permanently. When we are talking about IoT, many experiment about IoT in the smart home sensor, or even when we are talking about self-driving cars. Many people try to do some experiment in these blockchain sectors by try to run to make two devices to be connected with each other, even though they are from two different companies. From the health sector, many experiment about blockchain is about data management related, about medical record. And when we are talking about science and art, we are talking maybe about NFT. I think many of you heard about NFT. NFT actually is part of the blockchain innovation. But even though maybe many of you heard about blockchain, many of you heard about crypto, I believe many still not get the whole picture, because understanding the blockchain maybe will a bit tough for many of the people. So this is one of the challenges in the blockchain sector, because the public education and the literacy about blockchain still not many resources can be found. And for many people who know blockchain, many of them actually still only crypto traders. Many of them only speculants. But from us as Indodax or as myself, I would like to thank you to our government. Indonesia government has been support a lot to this industry. Indonesia government helping this creative industry, especially in the blockchain sector, very well. In Indonesia, now crypto is recognized as commodity. That's the first acknowledgement. And the second, even government give special regulation for Indonesia crypto traders. They give final tax for people who buy or sell any crypto related. So the income tax, the VAT tax is different with the common income tax and VAT tax. And the third, I heard, especially from many community, that in Indonesia start to grow a lot of blockchain center in Indonesia. Indonesia start to have blockchain sector. Blockchain center not only in Bali, but also have blockchain center in Jakarta. Also have in Semarang, and it start grow in many cities, many provinces. This initiative is quite good. We would like to thank you to government for this. And especially, we can see how Bali is start to open more into this technology. Just today, I talking with the head of creative economy from Bali. He said that he will supporting a lot about this blockchain innovation by giving the education to the people. So this is something that I respect to our government in Indonesia. And even our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, said the potential for the metaverse in Indonesia is quite big to increase business opportunities so that it can open up a new job opportunities, although it must be managed with caution. So when we're talking about metaverse itself, actually, we can diversify it into two, centralized metaverse and decentralized metaverse. When we are talking about decentralized metaverse, actually, we will talking about blockchain innovation. So many of the technology that you heard about IoT, maybe you heard about big data, or maybe you heard about blockchain or anything related or about IoT. Actually, many of this technology now start to communicate with each other. Many of this technology start to collaborate each other to make our life become better and more comfortable. And when we're talking about creative economy, I think one of the challenges that often come out in this industry is about copyright issue, about piracy. When we're talking about blockchain, it tried also to solve this technology by its NFT. Now, many musicians in Indonesia try to start issuing their own song in the blockchain. They hope by doing this, it can protect more their intellectual property. They can make the royalty distribution to be more distributed, more equally. So I just remember about last month, I talking with one guitarist that makes song in Indonesia. He tried to create a song where this song will be written in blockchain. And then the intellectual property of this song can be owned by many of his fans. So when the song is sold or make some money, it will be distributed back into the fans. So this kind of experiment can be happen because of this blockchain technology. So that's why I believe blockchain and creative industry is one with each other that can cooperate. And I believe in this industry we will as time goes by, we will hear more about this kind of innovation. This year, we're talking about NFT, we're talking about DeFi, or maybe we're talking about game industry use blockchain. But I believe in the next year, there are another innovation that will be coming from this sector. So, thank you everyone. I think that's my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oscar Darmawan, for the session of this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session for today from Traveloka. Traveloka is a Southeast Asia's lifestyle super apps focused on travel and also ticketing. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now please welcome on the stage the co-founder of Traveloka, Mr. Albert.
Slide. I think there's an issue with the slide. Okay. Right. Om Swastiastu. Salam. Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera for everybody. Can we have the prompter to work, display properly, please? Sure, we all have this problem after lunch. It's quite a big lunch today. All right, thank you. So, yes, this is the one. Okay. So good morning, good day, everyone. My name is Albert. I am from Traveloka, co-founder of Traveloka, Indonesian-based tech company. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Jokowi Widodo, Minister Sandiaga Uno, Minister Retno Marsudi, and all delegates as well as friends of creative economies. Today, I would like to share some of our experience and insights into supporting an epic creative economy. Before we dive down further, I would like to share a bit about Traveloka. We founded in 2012, we are 10 years old now. We established to solve a central problem, which is to simplify travel through technology. 10 years later, we have transformed into the leading travel and lifestyle platform in Southeast Asia with over 100 million downloads. Now we have marketed our presence in 6 countries in Southeast Asia with a mission to fulfill the lifestyle needs and aspirations of our consumers. The impact of the pandemic to the creative economy sector has been challenging and unfavorable to the industry. According to Creative Economy Workers Association in 2012, 1 out of 3 creative workers lost their income. As you can see from the slide, we saw travel industry also impacted with 75% decreased number of local and international tourisms.
according to the study, the creative industry creates a new linkage and synergy with tourism, offering considerable potential growth for demand and development of a new product and experience. That's why we see that tourism and creative sector are intertwined. Our unique positions come to think from the thinking how we position ourselves as the digital app in creative economy sector and create an impact to support the economic recovery. Right? We learned that there are three important aspects to address, which is connect, empower, and promote. This aspect will help to solve the challenge and support the epic creative economy. First of all, it's about connect. Connecting, how we connect people, the creative industry players and the users. As a tech company, we see that as a crucial component that we can contribute in this area as we become platforms to connect millions of our users to creative industry players. Imagine a very talented creative economy players with such a good product and services, but they have no exposure to the market because they are busy in developing their goods and products. That's why we create a seamless digital platforms that connects millions of our users and creative industry merchants. On one hand, we have users. We help them to provide easy access to the creative economy services and goods through our platforms. On the other hand, we have our partners, which we enable them to be easily discovered and expand their market through our digital ecosystems. To name a few, we have city guides, and also we have movie tickets that can be easily accessed through our apps. This gives filmmakers, artists, and those who are involved in creative economy to be more productive and be able to expand their market regionally. We also empower our partners to diversify their business and stay relevant with the current and upcoming trend. We educate our partners and further utilize our travel inventories, and thus results in significant business expansions that help them through unprecedented times, such as during the pandemic. So we also educate them based on our customer insights on sustainability by providing the series of trainings for our partners and equip them to have that sustainable mindset when it comes to their services. In addition, our group also work with our local partners to provide productive loan disbursement to support small and medium enterprises, which most of them are in the creative industries. This is for them to expand their business. Yes, in addition to connect to empower, we also promote. We also actively promoting various aspects of travel and creative economy industry to our large user base. We help promoting lesser known destinations to create more demands, as well as sustainability awareness for our users. With this in mind, in the context of promotions, we see towards a more longer-term strategy for the industry to grow, thus benefiting the economy of the local societies and the surrounding destinations. To further support the creative economy sectors, we believe that it is impossible without the active engagement and collaborations. As a leader in the industry, we also collaborate with state-owned movie production house to produce mini-series movies that promote local destinations and sustainable tourism. Lastly, we also work humbly and proudly with 19 government institutions, airports, associations, and communities to provide Indonesia Spice Up the World campaigns we highlight in the authentic cuisines to the world through video campaigns. Before I close these sessions, I would like to show you a video from Indonesian Spice Up the World. I hope you enjoy this video.
Dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya luncurkan Indonesia Spice Up the World.
I hope you enjoyed the short movie. This is our promotion. We help to promote culinary as a tool for us to get together. I hope what I present today brings inspirations to all of us. Our presence in 6 countries is just the beginnings of what a digital app can potentially bring to the creative economy sector. We are excited to look forward to see how together we can use creativity to create more inclusive and sustainable world that we share together. I hope these sessions can bring recovery together and recover stronger. Assalamualaikum, Om Santi, Santi Om. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert, for the session from Traveloka. Ladies and gentlemen, our next program is panel session with interesting topic funding the creative IP-based. This sub-theme will explore the importance of IPR protection and look further into how the better protects for artists, creators through conventional and modern safety net mechanism. And for this session, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Isti Rafa Aldini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned before, our next program is a panel session with interesting topic, the funding of the creative IP-based. And this sub-theme will explore the importance of IPR protection and look further into how the better protects artists or creators through conventional and modern safety net mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Isti Rafa Aldini.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to the third panel session of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022 in Bali, Jakarta. So my name is Isti Rafaldini Mirzanti. I'm from GSING, or Global of Creative, Global Center for Excellence for International and Creative Economy. That's the initiative as a result of Bali Agenda in 2018. So today I will be the moderator of this session, which will highlight the topic about funding the creatives, IP-based financing. So we have three distinguished speakers who are expertise in this area. The first speaker is Mr. Bero Beyer, CEO Netherlands from fund who has joined us with, who has joined through Zoom meeting.
Yes, good morning.
The second speaker is Lily Claire Bellamy, Executive Director of Jamaica Intellectual Property Office. And the third speaker is Muhammad Novia Rahman, Chief Investment Officer in Via Group from Indonesia. So please help me giving a round of applause of all of the speaker, honorable speaker.
Oh, God. Good luck.
Okay, Mr. Beyer, are you there?
I'm good, thank you. Greetings from the Netherlands. It's morning here.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, good morning, Mr. Beyer. So before we start this discussion, I will first perhaps give short explanation about the objective of this panel. So this panel will discuss the challenges and the opportunity of financial institution and support toward the creative workers. This session will also explore funding option and opportunity for creators and IP-oriented result workers, while preserving prudent economic indicator for creative industry player. Okay, then each speaker will have 10 to 13 minutes of presentation, and it will start with our first speaker, Mr. Beyer, CEO of the Netherlands Film Funds. So I will give the short version of your profile. Mr. Beyer is graduate from the Faculty of Audiovisual Design at the Willem de Kooning Art Academy in Rotterdam. And then he created the production company. He was the co-writer and co-producer of Paradise Now, for which he won the European Film Award for Best Screenwriter. And he was the director of International Film Festival Rotterdam between 2015 and 2020. And since 2020, he has been appointed to be the head of the Netherlands Film Fund, so the Dutch film funding agency. Mr. Beyer also awarded the European Film Prize for his screenplay together with Abu Sahar. So, Mr. Bayer, this is your first opportunity to present your topics. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that very kind introduction. So just to recap quickly, the Netherlands Film Fund is the Netherlands public film funding agency. We have about an annual budget of regularly 60 million euros, but during COVID times that rose to 100 million euros annually. It's about 50 people work in our organization, and we serve 17 plus million Dutch people, the residents of our little country. And the last period, the last 2.5 years, have given us 4 important challenges, very similar challenges to, I think, that everyone has dealt with. Challenge number 1 and 2 are so impactful, a separate conference should be held about those issues, namely diversity and inclusion and sustainability. So let me start with 2 others. Since we are the public financier and our mandate relates to the full diversity of the film spectrum in the Netherlands, including short film, experimental film, documentary, fiction features, high-end series, festivals, training, education, etc., we were in a unique position to see just how hard the impact of the pandemic was on the creative sector, which forced us to become very agile, very flexible, and very fast to react to serving all the different players in that very precarious chain of development towards production and the finishing of a certain film. We're not an economic fund. We are not in the keep your job business. We are in the culture business, meaning our mandate relates to the added value of the Dutch culture in particular as it relates to the film sector. So what we did was we supported all kinds of productions to keep production level as high as they could, but had to devise specific elements towards, for instance, documentary filmmakers that ran into different problems, and fiction filmmakers, or the distributors, the exhibitors, the authors, and all the crews and professionals that are related to every single film project. So we spent quite a lot of money there trying to keep the industry afloat through the projects that we think have a cultural impact. And one of the examples where that worked best, I think, is when the whole film sector in the Netherlands, and actually all through the world, I think, realized they needed to come up with some kind of protocol to be able to continue shooting during COVID times. When that protocol was there was an additional challenge though, because insurance companies no longer insured pandemic risks for film production, making it almost impossible for the production companies, sometimes small companies, to react to this incredible threat of having to shut down their production if another lockdown occurred, etc. So we as a film fund quickly devised a subsidy system. We only give subsidies, some repayable, some just as a grant. We came up with a subsidy system to fill that hole so that there was continued production, because we basically put up a guarantee facility if a production ran into COVID-related problems. So this required us to come up with like 10 to 12 new regulations and support mechanisms to do justice to each and every one of those players in this long chain. I'll get to the reason why I'm bringing this up in a moment, because the second big challenge was one that was only accelerated through COVID. It was the movement, which was already clear, that would prove to be a impactful disruption of how the traditional filming landscape and infrastructure functioned as big streamers came to Europe, started to invest, started to get many viewers, many subscribers, and obviously since no one could go to a cinema for 2.5 years almost, that market share rose even further, which also meant that there was a new power balance to be found. And many thanks to European legislature and directives, there are good steps being taken to come up to a new kind of balance between the streamers, the traditional film industry, and the individual IP creating artists, the intellectual property creating artists. And this is, I think, the main point that we as a film fund are taking as an important lesson as we go forward and look into the future. where is the weakest link? If you think of any film production being like a series of domino stones that all have to fall in order for a successful film to come from an idea to a successful release on whatever platform, screen, big or small, it requires all those domino stones to actually fall. There's co-producers, there's financiers, there are distributors, there are networks, there are broadcasters, there are film financiers, there are international corporations, and all of those stones need to fall. So if you strike away a few, nothing will happen. The whole thing stops. Other analogy would be if you think of the chain, and we often think in the film industry, especially in the Netherlands, of a full chain, from the first persons to come up with an idea, at the very seed of the intellectual property, all the way through the final audience and press seeing a film, there's a full chain. And the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. If anything showed us during COVID is that we're all interdependent of each other. Those links feed into each other, and if something breaks there, nothing happens. And the weakest link in our view are the independent creators. The individual artists, the individual teams of writer, director, producers that come together and form their own intellectual property and start working with it. And especially with relations to how the market reacts to these elements, there is a dire need for a free space, a space to empower those artists so that the level playing field somehow is restored between the creator and the exhibitor. Which means, quite fundamentally, for us at the Netherlands Film Fund, all our investments, all our subsidies, all our grants can only be accessed by independent producers or independent filmmakers and companies. No media companies, no direct streamers, unless we can trust that there is a full power and creative control, financial control, and the final say with the actual independent creators. And this is quite a fundamental issue for us, because as we look forward and we look to, where we're speaking about recovery and rebuilding, whereas obviously since the new crisis is also very impactful and the war in Ukraine has skyrocketed gas prices and brought in inflation, which also means production is exploding in terms of cost. There's more steps to be taken, but we're always taking this very important element to heart. And it's a fundamental view that we have as a Netherlands Film Fund, being a cultural fund, not an economic fund, is that we fully embrace the fact that there's two things we should do, or actually three things we should do in the future, which is widen the talent pool, meaning diversification of who gets to work in the film industry, behind the screens, in front of the screens, and who do you represent. We're a country of 17 million, but we have 190 ethnic backgrounds within our territory, so there's a lot of diversification that needs to be done. But especially we need to make sure that there is a support mechanism, that there is a space for freedom and independence for the creative minds that actually come up with the projects, the products, the content, the films, the series, documentaries that we could say are a creative industry. But it starts with that space. And for us, it means that we have devised all our guidelines and are working closely together with our colleagues, the other European public funders, together in an organization called EFAD, which is European Film Agency Directors, where we exchange best practices, to make sure that the diversity of creation is maintained, that the chain is as strong as its weakest link, so we focus on the weakest link, which is the most important link. Without a free space for experimentation, for failure, for outspokenness, from a local origin or a national origin, from that unique perspective, there is no creative industry. And this is the role that public funders are trying to take, to grant that space, to use basically, in our case, tax money, taxpayers' money, to make sure the diversity of voices and perspectives that together constitute the Netherlands film industry is maintained, that there's a level playing field between the exhibitors, let's say the market on one hand, and the creators on the other, and to thereby boost the potential for collaboration, for co-production. We're actually very much working on trying to get, for instance, a co-production agreement between the Netherlands and Indonesia to exchange views, to exchange potential, to make the talent grow, but to always keep in mind, if we want to have a great film or great series at the end, it should start by empowering the very ones that created in the first place. And this is, I think, the most important element and the main point I wanted to make. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Mr. Bayer, so such an interesting presentation, yeah. So we move on to the second presenter, Ms. Lily Claire. Okay, I will give the explanation of your profile first. Okay. She has extensive experience in intellectual property, health administration, and environment law, and has worked on gender and child development issues. She also has represented Jamaica in numerous international events and activities, and she is the current chairman of World Intellectual Property Organization, Intergovernmental Committee on Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge, and Traditional Cultural Expression. Okay, Ms. Lily, so the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I know it's after lunch, so everybody might be tired. So I have a very long presentation, and I'm not going to give it to you. It's going to be made available, so if you're interested in the presentation, you can get it after. I'm just going to try and share some highlights with you. How many people in here have ever heard about Jamaica? Can I see a show of hands? Okay, exactly. You're stealing my speech. All right. So Jamaica is a small island in the Caribbean Sea. Our closest neighbor is Cuba, and to the direct north of us is the United States of America. In spite of all of this, we have managed to come up with a culture that is world-renowned. We have a motto that says, out of many, one people. And as explaining to a number of persons here, Jamaica is perhaps one of the few places in the world where persons intermarry and there's no issue. If you think about the Middle East, we don't have that issue at home. We freely marry each other. We're a melting pot. We have persons in Jamaica from Africa, India, China, to name a few. And I am an embodiment of quite a few races, if you look at me. We can speak about that after. But I think this mixture of all of these personalities is what contributes to our creativity. Okay, so somebody mentioned it's the birthplace of Bob Marley. Anybody in here know Bob Marley? Yes? Okay, cool. Then we have Usain Bolt. Anybody knows him? Yeah. Yes, to the world. And of course, I'm a woman, so I have to speak about Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, the pocket rocket. Anybody know Shelley-Ann? I'm going to, thank you so much. Yes, Shelley-Ann is fantastic. She really runs very fast in the 100 meters, and she gave birth, had a child, and came back and still won the 100 meters. So that's Shelley-Ann. We have been recognized by UNESCO for our intangible cultural heritage, reggae music of Jamaica. Reggae music was recognized, and also the city of Kingston has been designated as a creative city of music. And that's it. I'm not showing any more of the slides. I'm just going to give you some highlights. But there was one thing I should have done, which I didn't do, which was to acknowledge and thank the Republic of Indonesia for giving me the opportunity to be here today. Thank you so much. And I'm going to try and say thank you. And please don't kill me if I do it wrong. Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Okay, so the important things in terms of funding of the creative industries, this is what we're looking at today. And this is a sore point and topic for most people. Getting funding if you're creative is not the easiest thing in the world. So a long time ago, perhaps before some of you in here were born, 2005, a study was done in Jamaica by the World Intellectual Property Organization that looked at copyright-based industries and their contribution to the gross domestic product. Jamaica has historically been an island focused on agriculture. That was part of our historical legacy. Agriculture and mining, from mining of bauxite to get aluminum. The study that was commissioned by the World Intellectual Property Organization found that the copyright-based industries contributed 4.8% to the gross domestic product of Jamaica. And the important thing to note in that is agriculture and mining were like 5.2 and 5.8. So copyright-based industries, which, and as a representative of the government of Jamaica, they don't get as much support as agriculture or bauxite, but they still contribute such a significant part to our economy. So we realized, okay, copyright is contributing. How can we help the copyright industry to make an even greater contribution? So I'm a lawyer, of course, so we look to the legislation, because if you have the enabling framework, then the creatives will be able to benefit. So a law was passed in 2013, the Security Interest in Personal Property Act. And the significance of that law was it recognized intellectual property as collateral. Historically, if you go to a bank in Jamaica, they'll give you a loan to buy a car, they'll give you a loan to buy a house, because if you default on the loan, those can easily be repossessed. With the creative industry, if you default on the loan, what are they going to repossess? That's the challenge. So what we did was we sought assistance from global financial institutions. So the Inter-American Development Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank, they had a project, and the Intellectual Property Office, on behalf of the government of Jamaica, we reached out to them for financing for a project on IP valuation and collateralization. So basically, what that project did, and it's actually still going on right now as we speak, it identified persons in the creative industry, and we trained people in the industry to become more aware of intellectual property and its value. So you're doing something and you don't think it has any value. If you don't go to the Intellectual Property Office and protect it, then somebody might protect it on your behalf. And then you have the trouble of trying to prove, yes, you know, I really wrote that song. It belongs to me, not my friend who I shared it with and who is now benefiting from it. It really is mine. So we encourage people, any form of IP you have, you should protect it. And just to give you an aside, because we are so prolific in the music industry at home, when you tell creators, yes, if you put it in a tangible format, your copyright automatically comes into existence. They go, what? You mean I don't have to do anything else? And I'm like, no, you don't. And then I thought, you know, enough of this. So what we did was, even though the Berne Convention doesn't require it, you have to deal with what your people want. So people in Jamaica like paper. You notice how much paper I have in my hand. So we know if you have created any form of copyright and you declare in the presence of a quasi-judge that you are the lawful creator of the work, we give you a certificate. So when your friend borrows your work without your permission, you have that certificate, which is duly signed by the IP office. You can say, well, you know, I have this certificate to show that I created this work on the 1st of July. You weren't even around when I created it, so please. So we've done that, which is important, because you need an easy way to prove that you are the owner or the author of a work. So we encourage our creatives to use the IP system, because the critical thing that the copyright study showed is if you don't have data, a financial institution is not going to look at you because they want to see the track record. We then work with our central bank and the commercial banks to train them in how to value intellectual property, because you have to be able to value it if you're going to use it as collateral. So we did that. So we have a trained body of valuators. It's important to include the private sector in whatever you're doing, because it doesn't make sense if the government is going along merrily and the financial institutions not supporting you, you won't reach anywhere. So we made sure to bring in private sector and public sector. So we established a framework for IP monetization. We established IP valuation guidelines. And then now we're at the stage where the creative industries, the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, we have identified a number of firms who are going to come to a commercial bank and say, here's my IP, you can use this as a collateral and give me some money. So that's how we have addressed it at home. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lily. Now we move to our third speaker. Okay, I will say the short version of your profile first. Mr. Novia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Novia now is a Chief Investment Officer in Invia Group. He has experience as an entrepreneur, professional, mentor, teacher, and also researcher in prominent institutions. Also actively teaching business in several universities, in Telkom University, ITB, and also ITHB. Also building some movement to help local creative business to grow. And now he currently serves as General Secretary Indonesia Quad and also Deputy Minister in ITB Alumni Association. Okay, Mr. Noviar, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Bu Isti. Hello, hi, good afternoon, and good morning for Mr. Bayer. My name is Noviar. I am the co-founder that is also the Chief of Investment in Invia Group, one of the fastest growing IP house in Indonesia. So we basically build creative IPs, we develop them, we invest in a potential creators who build their existence in the social media, and then we help them to build their IP power. And once they have the IP power, we help them to utilize the IP power to build the business. You'll see some of our creation picking out through the slide of my presentation today. One of which is Tahi Lalats. Some of you may have heard of it. This is one of our signature IP. This is one of a flagship IP who successfully tap into global market, create collaboration with Fans International, with BTS, with Coldplay. And lastly, most recently, we built a good collaboration, one of the biggest licensing deal with Crayon Shinchan, one of the most famous Japanese IP. We also successfully help them to build their business. We successfully build them in event and festival. We successfully build them in F&B business. And we successfully introduce them to the Web3. We successfully launched an NFTs project so that the world know that we are here. Mind Blown is here. We even have a restaurant make a menu using our character in the US. Wow. Bored and hungry. So how do we actually finance and support this mere social media artists and then transform them into internationally acclaimed IPs. This is what I'm going to share with you. I'm going to share investment in creative IP, but with a slightly different perspective. Because once we were a creator who struggles to get founded, struggles to grow. But now we got funded, we successfully built ecosystem, then we are now on the other side. We also invest now. We're on the investor side now. So that's what makes us unique. That's what makes us special to the creators. Because we understand them. We speak the same language with them. We understand their struggle. We know their biggest fear. And we share the same hope. We know that the market is huge. With an IP, you can tap into any business. You can tap into media business. You can tap into entertainment business. You can tap into merchandise. You can tap into F&B. You can tap into any business. You can use the licensing to grow your business. It's a very huge opportunity. Yet it is very hard for the new player to enter. Because the strong player, the global player, has everything they have to dominate the market. They have the access. They have the network. They have the finance. They have everything. While on the other side, small creators, they barely there. They hardly put their effort to just recognize. Because they have limited access. They have lack of knowledge. And most of all, they have lack access to financing, which hinders their growth. While their potential is very big. It's huge. So that's why we're here. That's why Invia is here. We want to help them with our expertise, with our network. We want to help them to maximize their IP power and then to compete and can capture the opportunity that they have, the huge opportunity that they have. That's what keeps us alive. That's what motivates us. That's what drives us to pursue our dream to become Indonesia's biggest IP powerhouse. So we developed 3 strategies. First, we develop creative IP, we build them. Or we collaborate with others to create IPs. And third, we invest in early stage creators. However, it is not an easy task, not easy at all. Because smaller creator, early stage creator, they don't have a sound business model. They don't have a clear and structured business plan, let alone an audited financial report. So how are we going to value them? Sometimes they don't know their huge potential. But what they do is something very important for them. They have the soul, they have the vision, they have the ideas, they have the dreams. That is the basic thing that makes a creator can create a magnificent IP. Another challenge when we try to invest in the creative IP is the momentum. In this business, you have to be fast because otherwise, you're going to left behind. If you don't get fast, everyone will try to take on that opportunity. So you need to get fast, but you also need to get prudent. Because what? Because we don't know anything about the numbers. Because early stage creator doesn't have the numbers, doesn't have the figures. So we develop this structured pipeline flow that allow us to get fast and to get prudent at the same time. The first half of our pipeline is the sprint zone. That's where we get fast. That's where we develop tools that allow us to get fast. We develop checklists. We develop some of the scorecards. We developed several tools that allow us to immediately assess whether or not an IP have a potential. So from scouting, early assessment, and then we try to integrate those creation into our ecosystem and see how they goes, how their traction is. Does they grow? Does they fit within our ecosystem? We see this in the sprint zone. It's very fast, it's lightning. It's like Usain Bolt. And then we try to analyze the potential. We try to analyze whether or not it's worth to invest in them, to build partnership with them, or to collaborate with them. So in the second phase, that's where we start to get very prudent. That's the marathon zone start. So we basically, or typically start from partnership phase. We start from partnership, and then we try to invest, and then we due diligence them with very careful, and then we close the deal. So why do we need to use partnership at first? Because we need it to manage the risk. We don't know anything about the creator. We don't know the numbers. They don't have cases. We need this partnership to manage the risk, and also we need it to gain their trust. Because creator, they don't trust us easily. They're afraid that we're gonna steal their IPs for a little money. So we need this partnership to build trust between us, between the creator and the investor. And also, as I've mentioned earlier, to build case. They don't have the numbers, so we make the numbers for them. We use the partnership phase to create cases, to create the numbers, so that we can analyze the value. And then we have the insight. And then we can value them. We can value how valuable the IP is. So it's typically a journey from non-exclusive partnership to exclusive partnership. If it goes well, then we invest. We invest into their projects. We invest into their derivative business or the IP. Of course, once they pass the due diligence. And after we invest in them, we provide them with the best team possible. We provide them with the best team that can enhance their skill. And then we provide them with the commercial team that can utilize the power of the IP to build a very good business. We embrace them into our integrated ecosystem and allowing them to hack their growth. We provide runway. Typically, we provide 1 to 2 years runway for them. And we inject some capitals in them, monetary and media value and network and ecosystem. So we not only we provide them with the money, but we also provide them with the media value that can grow their hack. We also provide them access to the network, to the ecosystem that they have. The problem is, when we try to invest, how are we going to value an IP? That's the classical problem, especially in the early stage of creators. So basically, we use 2 different types of method. If possible, we try to use this financial performance-based analysis. It's like any other financial institution would do. We forecast, we analyze their forecast, we analyze their business plan, and then we look into their top line, or we look into their EBITDA, and then we do some discounted cash flow analysis. But that's the case if they have the numbers. But not many creators have their numbers. That's where the partnership goes well. That's where We built the case first in the partnership stage, and then we got the numbers, we got the figures, so we can analyze using this type of method. But most of the time, we can't have that. So this is what we do when we can't have the numbers. We use similar IP approach. So what we do is we try to analyze from unavailable data that they have. We use SOSMED metrics, we use traction, we use integration result, and then we use simple regression method by comparing the IP, the potential IP, with the mature IP that we have in our ecosystem. So this model then expanded by using our scorecard. We use scorecard. We analyze the creator vision. We analyze the team. We analyze the market potential, whether it's big or not, whether it can be expanded or not. And we analyze the potential business that I will have in the near future. We analyze the derivative business. I believe that this approach can be expanded to other type of IP investment, not only to the social media-based creators. And it can be modeled into a more robust conceptual to mathematical model with one condition. We need a great participation, just like Lily said. We need to collaborate between stakeholders. Imagine if you can put together academia, investor, financial institution, creators, everyone. We can have the big data, and then we can use those data, building a model that is robust enough for us to predict the value of an IP. Because I believe that in order to make the creative economy grow, we need to collaborate. That's what we do. We collaborate, we create movement, we share with each other. And now we gather those who are crazy enough, who believe in us, to build a creative IP fund, which will allow more creators to access the fund. Because we believe we need to immediately have more creators to get the financing they need, which allows them to boost their growth and find their way to build world-class IP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novian. So I think we all get insight and also best practice related to financial funding for creative industry. So now we will invite the audience to ask the question. Is there any question from the audience? No. Okay, waiting the question from the audience, I will read the question from participant online. This question related with the justification of IP-based financing to the conventional mechanism. What are the justification of IP-based financing to the conventional mechanism? So perhaps Mr. Bayer from Zoom platform can answer this question first. Still mute, Mr. Bayer.
Okay, yes. Now I'm unmuted. Well, for us, the IP is the script or the idea for the film. So it's very much the basis of every application that reaches us, is that the ones handing in an application for our funding do possess the rights, have the right chain of title, have the IP that they have. So it's a very different approach to the previous speakers, because we take that we don't take it for granted, but that's the very basis. If you don't have the rights, don't bother filling in an application. If you want funding from us, show us that you have the rights and what you intend to do with that as a development tool. So that's where everything begins. The big question, though, is that in the new marketplace that includes the streamers, there is a very much of a debate between what independence means versus dependence means. And to put that in a quick word, it means that if you're in like the old studio model perhaps, and in some ways the new streaming models, you work for that party and you forego your intellectual property rights because you get a flat fee for everything or a bonus, rather than being able to potentially profit from the actual exploitation of the work once created. And this is for us a watershed division. We do not enter into those funding agreements where there is no rights holding position, no IP-based structure for the actual creators. Once there is, the doors are open and all collaborations are possible with any party, private, streaming, non-streaming, theatrical, international, whatever works. But it starts with having that IP element safely secured, because otherwise you're not creating something new. You're just simply an employee for another company, and that, in our view, does not boost cultural diversity, which is our main mandate.
Thank you, Mr. Bayer. How about from Ms. Lily or Mr. Novia?
All right, well, for our perspective, we also, our IP-based financing is, strictly speaking, you have to prove that you own the intellectual property. Because if you don't own it, then you won't get the loan. Because what we're trying to do is to have our commercial banks move away from only giving loans on the basis of real property. So what we're trying to do is to change the landscape for them to understand that the creatives contribute so much to our economy without getting the necessary support from financial institutions. So the project that we had at home, that we have, which is ongoing, basically it incorporated members of the commercial bank and the central bank. They were trained in how to value intellectual property as an asset. And so you have to have an IP asset to be able to access the financing. So yeah, it is. And because we're moving away, I mean, people are moving away from the traditional ways of earning. As a previous speaker had said, children know in school when you say to them, what do you want to be? Well, at home, when you say to somebody what they want to be, people want to be, they want to be a reggae singer or a dancehall artist or something. So the creative sector is always preeminent in a Jamaican child perspective. Yes, there are people who still want to be a doctor or a lawyer, but the whole creative industry, people see that as a viable way to earn a living at home. So in the pandemic, what we found at home was we had a 50% increase in persons who actually registered trademarks, because these were people who the pandemic had. Basically, you're at home now, everybody's at home, working from home, and you suddenly discover, wow, as the first speaker this morning said, every single one of us is a creative. We just don't realize some of the time that we are. So you are home now, working from home, and you decided, okay, I can do this. I have the ability to convert my old clothes into fashionable garments, or into bags, or into slippers, or something, some form of accessory. And then they all called our office because we were still operating, and they registered their trademark. But now to jumpstart that business to another level, they need funding. So how do you get the funding? So it's the valuation of that intellectual property asset that they have created is what we're encouraging them to use, and the commercial banks to recognize and to give them funding on the basis of it.
Okay, perhaps Mr. Novia will add something.
Okay, basically I agree with what Lily and Mr. Bayer has said earlier, that when we try to find an IP, we have to make sure that they have the rights on the IP itself. So the problem is in our business, much of early creator doesn't have the awareness to register their IP right. So this is what we do. We follow them and we help them to get their IP registered. We have them to register the IP by providing legal assistance that they need, because most of the early creator doesn't have the capability to do those administrative stuff. So we help them. We help them with the administrative stuff, we help them with the legal stuff, and we want to make them have the IP right that they need so that we can use it properly. That's what we do. Then, as I mentioned earlier on the slide, I believe that we need to have a different approach than the conventional method, because typically IP owner doesn't have the right numbers, doesn't have the cases. So what we do is we try to use other metrics to predict the value. We use other metrics such as, like I said earlier, the social media metrics, and then we use it as proxy to the financial metric. Also, we need to make sure that they have a clear understanding on what they will do in the near future, what kind of business they want to go into. Thank you.
Good business planning, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then one of the strategy to, one of the strategy to access the financial funding related with creative actors is by registering their intellectual property, right?
Yeah.
And also they have to know the valuation of the IP itself. Okay, there's a participant who will ask the question. Please, Mike. For this person, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question because it's been interesting that IP can become collateral asset. I've been working with weavers in Indonesia, so they have like community-based or communal IP, I believe. So I'd like to get to know from both of you, and also
Mr. Beyer.
Yeah, Mr. Beyer in the Netherlands, especially Pak Fiar, yeah. How can we make the community asset or communal asset like the rights or the expertise of weaving, carving, which Indonesia is very rich with, into like being invested in or worth to be invested in? Ngobrol aja sih Pak Fiar, ya. Nanti we can follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu. Mr. Novior, perhaps you will answer first. Community.
Communal. Communal.
It is intellectual rights because what you have been talking is more individual.
Individual,
IP, yeah.
okay.
So Indonesia and Asian countries or indigenous people have their IP rights, but it's more community.
In my perspective, we also have developed several projects that involve community. We have in the Web3 landscape, we have Utopia, which is the digital communities in Web3 and NFT project. They build the projects together, and then we try to raise fund from it, and then we value the IP of it. I don't think that it's parallel with what you think, but in terms of community analysis, I think it goes well. So what we do in Utopia, we basically search for the leader of the community. We search the leader of the community and we try to interview them, and we assess several questions, and then with the initial assessment forms that we have, then we try to value the creation that they use by basically using some of our interview. I don't know, maybe I'll add later if I have more insight. Thank you.
Yeah, from Ms. Lily.
Okay. Well, what in the case of something that is owned communally?
Yeah.
So if it's registered, it would be registered in the name of the community, for example. So with a geographical indication, the geographical indication would be registered by the producer or the group of producers. So the ownership would be with that body. So it would be that body that you would value. So you would know, for example, that you sold, I'll use coffee. So you sold 500,000 pounds of coffee in 2020, and in 2018 you only sold 100,000 pounds, okay? So on the base, and 2019, which was the pandemic year, you sold even more coffee than you had ever sold because people were drinking more. So you have 3 years that could be looked at. So there are different tools to value intellectual property. Because we were a former colony of Britain, we used a lot of the British guidelines in terms of valuation. So I'm not sure what would be the benchmark here in Indonesia, but there are internationally recognized guidelines for the valuation of intellectual property. So with a commodity like a geographical indication, it would be easier to find, because you could look, as long as you have the records, and the record keeping is critical and important, because you need to know who you're selling it to. Is it a safe market? Are they going to keep coming back for it? And also, with a geographical indication, as long as you adhere to the standards, and as long as the area where it's being produced continues to exist, then you still have your GI. But you need to know who you're selling it to. Are we only selling it to X, whereas the entire alphabet is there available, and we could be looking to market it to other areas? So all of that is taken into consideration.
Okay, Mr. Bayer, do you have something to add?
Unmute. Yes. Well, I'm afraid I have little to say other than regarding the intellectual property rights as they relate to the film and audiovisual sector, which is complicated enough. So whoever owns the rights is for us relevant, but whether that's a group or individual for film really does not compare. I think that for us the main question, and maybe that's a more general answer, the main question or let's say struggle really is the fact that any creative, especially once they're, let's say, passionate filmmakers, are willing to give a lot away in order for the hope to be able to realize their production. Which means in many cases, when someone offers them a good deal but taking their rights, it is very hard to resist. And retaining the rights, especially when you're dying to make your first or second film and you hope that people come on board to help you fund it, are the most precious thing. And it's that level playing field that needs to be taken in consideration, because you cannot blame people for, especially younger emerging filmmakers, for instance, to say, fine, take my rights, I will not share as long as I get to make my film, which might be a stepping stone to something else. And this is problematic because once you're in that scheme, that becomes a new norm, and all of a sudden you're a gun for hire, filmmaker for hire, rather than the individual creative artist that should in many ways benefit from the very proceeds that are based upon the created work. But it's a very hard challenge, because if other public funders or other elements run dry, or you run into a brick wall because everybody says no to your project, and then one person or one company says, I'll take everything, here's your money, make the film, but I am the owner now, it's very, very hard to resist. So this is sort of why I try to focus on maintaining that chain, that element of the chain, that link of the chain, because that's where all creative industries are based on. And however we, especially as public funders, relate to that, we need to make sure that they are eventually getting better by it, not just the ones, and there's many, especially in the film sector, that take a little piece of the pie for themselves, whereas the power lies with the creators.
Okay. If I may add some points, maybe I just remember that I have the case. So basically, when we value an IP, there is no difference if we want to value an IP that belongs to an individual or the community. But what we do is we try to help them build a legal standing within their community, and then we talk with the representative of them, and then we give the rights to the body, not to the individuals around them. So that's what we did in the several of our investment. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is another interesting issue to be discussed further, about the ownership. This is not as simple as I'm the inventor, then I own this IP, but for some cases, the situation is complex.
Yeah.
But I think also one point that we should, and this is critical for the film industry, the role of a collective management organization becomes important and critical. Because even if you're a struggling artist, which is when persons usually give up their rights, and the music industry in Jamaica would be a critical example of that. But now there's much more knowledge. I mean, you can give up your economic right, but you retain your moral right. So if you retain the moral right, yes, you would earn all the money from the production of the film, but at least people would know that John Brown created the film. So the next time John Brown creates a film, he has now more leverage in negotiating his economic rights. So yes, he can surrender all his economic rights, but it's critical to retain the moral right, because that's how people, that is where the real money is at the end of the day, after you would have benefited from the first one, and nobody knew John Brown, and you took the risk and you said to him, okay, sign over all of your rights. And he did. But the next time he comes up with a film, at least people would know the name and think, okay, yeah, I want to watch a film he produces. So, but it's all about, this is why financing is so critical and important. This is why you need to be able to, on your own, go to an institution and say, can you lend me money on the basis of what I have? But of course, it's for somebody to believe in you and give you the money. And if nobody believes in you, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have one more participant who wishes to ask question. Yes, please.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, panelists. I'm Richie Virgin from Kejora Capital. Mr. Bayer, Mrs. Lily Claire, Mr. Novia, I really appreciate for the given presentations. In regard to funding the creative, we understood that the creative sectors have such a huge dynamics when it comes to the entertainments, arts, and other related verticals. My question is, how do we calculate the risk of IP-based investment or financing? Thank you.
The risk. The risk.
Ms. Novia, and also
how do we calculate
Mr. Bay from Zoom platform, who will
Well, I'm happy to respond to the question. We don't really calculate the risks because we're a public film funder. So when we give the money, we calculate that it's totally lost. Actually, this is one of the points that is relevant for us, is that the space for huge ambition or huge failure is it's the same space. Once we invest in or give a subsidy towards a film project in various stages of development that we think is really ambitious and extraordinary and have the potential to be a huge success, either commercially or culturally, artistically, that usually also means that there's a huge chance that it will crash and burn completely because it's too ambitious or it's too artistic or it has other elements. But it will prove the most valuable commitment to a filmmaker or the filmmaking team as they develop their voice And many of the great filmmakers that we now admire in, let's say, Cannes Film Festival, like Ruben Östlund winning his second Golden Palm, those filmmakers started out with highly artistic, often short productions that were a full gamble for everyone involved, especially the public funders like ourselves. So it even goes so far that whereas the main production funding that we supply, which if you add up all the elements can be up to 3 million per film, all of that money needs to be repaid to the film fund upon recoupment at a certain point. Meaning all parties can make a profit, and at a certain point you repay your public financier. But once that public financing money comes back to the film fund, we actually reserve it for future investment by the same team and producers so that they're even stronger to commit to new projects and can retain their autonomy, can retain their creative energy and come up with something new. So for us, that risk element is probably less interesting than it might be for a private entity investing in film.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Novia?
Okay, maybe I'll add a little. So in my case, we have those pipeline flow that I presented in the slide deck that earlier I have presented. We have the initial assessment. The initial assessment, one of the key element in initial assessment is the risk analysis.
This is very crucial to use ecosystem as a spirit. This is an example what happened in M Block. One store called synchronized, the majors, they have synchronized radio. So many activities in M Block itself. And this has become new IP for us. So we work together with them, we collaborate with them, we produce new things with them. And for us, this is like, when we're talking about the branding, jenama, I can call this as an modal percakapan, conversational capital. Conversational capital is very important when we're talking about the brand. As I said before, that I produced a movie, Philosophy Copy. Philosophy Copy actually is not just a movie, but a conversational capital. And we can becoming intellectual property. And we not only talking about idea, but we're talking about the execution. We're talking about the creating a product. We're talking about the revenue. Okay, this is an example how we try to manage a brand, jenama. And actually, for me, interesting when we're talking about the culture. People in Jakarta, especially youngsters, talk about culture, K-A-L-C-E-R. This is, insight from youngster that culture is very potential to be a good business. So from culture to future. Okay, local, vocal, loyal. Oh, my time is, okay. I have several slides. So younger generation are more interested local produce than the previous generation. This is an fact. This is an insight, very important insight for us. From culture to future. M Block Group ambitious plan has designed on city becoming spot of culture as well as a musical hub, art hub, fashion center, and becoming an economic engine on creativity. Okay. We always think local is a loser. This is common belief in Indonesia. Local is a loser. But the fact is, local matters from the youngsters. We are trying to show people that this can be a Block M culture. This is also very important for us. Green attitude, this is also very important. The space design with consideration for social, economic, environmental impact and resilient habitat for existing population. So we working together with the Octo Point M Block. This is a waste management without compromising the ability of future generations to experience the same. So this is also very important. So now we are doing business in a retail business. It's not just the type of retail where you just buy and go. You have to come here, spend time, listen to the music, experience art, and appreciate local brand. This is our purpose. So brand Orjenama as an icon. Brand Orjenama as a movement. This is a movement, actually. Okay, this is my last slide. Thank you very much for timing. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you very much to CEO and founder M Block, Mr. Handoko Hendroyono. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next session for today, we would like to inform you that you can enjoy the coffee break inside of this ballroom during the session. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilakan Anda untuk dapat menikmati coffee break di dalam ruangan ini selama acara berlangsung. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the panel session for HODLing Creativities, the new modes of appreciation. And for this session, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage, Dr. Dina Deliana.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So I'd like to invite you to join the coffee break here while we are actually here, try to discuss with you about our very interesting topic of this fourth panel called Holding Creativity, the new modes of appreciations. So actually, this panel will talk more about NFTs, digital art, and how to actually overcome the new challenges, the new opportunities. So today we'll have really great discussions with three very good and distinguished speakers. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the three speakers of this fourth panel. The first one, Mr. David Stephen Koo from 4 Stages. Please come to the stage. Hello, great. Okay, and the second speaker, Feby Baby Rose, founder of Trauma Rama. Please give a round of applause for her. Cantik banget, welcome. Yeah. And also like to invite our third speaker who's joining us online, Ms. Sarah Al-Marasi. Are you here already? From Infinite Ventures. Hello. Okay. All right. How are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Okay. So probably I'd like to discuss about you three guys about digital arts. Yeah, and today we have three speakers, and I believe that three of them actually have a different perspective, different point of view, different experiences. Yeah, but before we are discussing more about that, I'd like to give the first opportunity to Mr. David Stephen Koo. Yeah, but before that, I'd like to read his bio. Yeah. Coming from a background in finance and having a long history working in commodity trading for over 13 years, David's framework and extensive knowledge has created a fitting role for building a brand that sits in a cryptosphere. In 2019, he created an art collective, 4 Stages, that showcases the work from a pool of C artists, Southeast Asia artists, that specialize in brand partnerships, prints, apparels, toys manufacturing, design works, NFTs, and blockchain development. He currently manages at Katun, one of the emerging NFT artists in Southeast Asia. David, time is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to stay seated because I can't multitask.
It's okay.
So as you can see, my name is David Koo. I'm the co-founder of 4 Stages and CEO. Our art collective is called 4 Stages. We're essentially an art management company. We represent street artists from Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and the US. One of our better known artists is Katun. Could we get the slides up?
So can committee please provide the slide? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the first place. So yeah, this is the company, 4 Stages. One division is based in Singapore, which we focus on blockchain development, and 4 Stages Malaysia is our artist management company. So as I was saying, Katun is one of our main artists. He's worked with several celebrities across the globe. He's done 2 album covers for Chris Brown, and he has also worked with Dua Lipa and Post Malone. And 2 days ago, he was selected to be on Tatler's Gen T 300 Most Influential People in Asia. Could we show the next slides, please? Yeah, so this is the 2 album covers that Katun designed for Chris Brown. And then next slide, please. The left one is for Post Malone's Asia launch, which we did a graffiti mural. And the right one is the same for Dua Lipa, which she did an album release for Malaysia, which we also did the mural for her. Okay, so moving on. Outside of art management, we also focus on blockchain development, brand development, NFT creation, and also toy design and manufacturing. Yeah, sure. See, this is my fear, multitasking. So we're a small startup company located in Malaysia and Singapore, less than 3 years old. We've launched 2 projects within the NFT space, and combined we've generated a total transacted value of over $13 million just for the NFTs itself. One of our biggest NFT projects, let's see if it works. Okay, that's the previous slide, Tatler. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is our most recent project, Apes Are Us. Let me see, sorry. Yeah, Apes Are Us, which are basically an array of traits which showcase different personalities and styles that include additional benefits, or what we like to say in the NFT world, utilities. One of the utilities that we provided within our project includes the charity WWF. Their partnership with us made their first step into the NFT space. As well as that, we also partnered with the cap company New Era, which also made their first step into the NFT world with us as well. So to touch base on this, we linked the NFTs with our caps here, which is basically merging physical and digital together, which is the first for any multi-billion-dollar revenue brand to come into the NFT space. So one of the main reasons why I decided to get my artists to venture into the NFT space is due to the sheer transparency that blockchain offers for creators. This also includes generating royalties in perpetuity, which goes a long way for artists compared to the traditional methods of artwork and selling it to an agency or a gallery and just getting paid a one-time fee. As an artist management company, the goal for us as a company is to create a fairer marketplace for artists working with brands and IPs and creating licensing opportunities. The reason as to why this is important to us is so that artists are able to gain exposure internationally and get the recognition that they deserve. The biggest flaw, based on my experience in this space, is seeing amazing, talented creators lacking core fundamental values in business and legal knowledge. It's a shame to see this as these artists are being underpaid for their quality work, as well as they are undervaluing their own brand or IP. NFTs have a lot of negative limelight in the past few years, but statistics have shown that more and more brands are coming and adopting NFT and blockchain technologies at rapid speeds, allocating billions towards research and development in this industry. Big brands are already taking notice, such as Nike, Dolce & Gabbana, Adidas, Tiffany & Co., Gucci, and many more are already in this space. If you know how brands work, then you know that brands are already evaluating, studying, and planning their entry into blockchain and NFTs. That concludes my talk for now. Thank you.
Okay, get a round of big applause. That's quite short, yeah, but actually very interesting one that we heard that how derivatives of NFTs can actually give a lot of additional income for the artist and also for the company, right?
That would be more royalties than derivatives. Yeah, if you can actually spin off NFTs and create derivatives from the NFT itself. So, for example, if you look at the Simpson NFT there, you can buy it and then create spin-off versions of that as a derivative. And if you were the main owner of the Bart NFT, you would gain royalties from that in perpetuity.
Okay, you also get some fee, isn't it, from the brand collaboration?
You mean for the brands?
Like the new era, you create merchandise with...
Yeah, so that one was an IP deal that we struck with them. It took at least a year to structure that deal because New Era is a very traditional business-minded brand. But we were eventually able to iron out the deal, and it's a global deal which covers every country which distributes New Era. So all of our NFTs were actually placed on the hats where they distribute the caps. And then the NFT with WWF, that was a charity deal. So all of the NFTs that we produce showcasing the WWF NFTs, all of it went to charity for the sanctuary in Malaysia, which is for orangutans. Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. I still have many questions for you, but actually we're going to proceed to the next speaker first. Okay, so the next speaker, Baby Rose. How are you, dear?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to read a short bio of you first. So Baby Rose is 1/3 of Tromarama, actually one of the biggest fan of Tromarama. An art collective based between Jakarta and Bandung, which she founded in 2006 alongside Herbert Hans and Rudy Hatumena. Engaging with the notion of hyperreality in digital age, their project explored the interrelationship between the virtual and physical world. Their work often combined video installations, computer programming, and public participations depicting the influence of digital media on the society's perceptions towards their surroundings. Time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, WCCE, for inviting me. I will share my creative process as a media artist. Okay. So we started Tromarama in 2006 from a music video workshop in Bandung. At that time, as an art student, we are really influenced by those video bumpers that playing on MTV. It stimulated us as an art students to explore more about digital media and realize it could become a new medium for making an artworks. So our first video was a music video as a result of the workshop we attended. We collaborate with an Indonesian indie rock band called Seringai. So we are using the stop motions technique to animate 450 plywood that has been carved with a printmaking technique known as a woodcut. Since the term video art, it's still new at that time. So we install all the plywood so they could understand more about the technique. So this is how we install our art piece. The second video we did in early 2007, it's also a music video. And we're working with an indie band called Rock and Roll Mafia. We're using bits and buttons coming from the garment factories that's selling their fashion waste. This video relates a lot with Bandung as a city that has an indie movement at that time in Bandung. The young generation make their own clothing label or their own music label to express their creativity. And I need to mention at that time, not all people have internet connections. Even we don't have any smartphone yet. So collaborations between local artists really broaden our perspective. To us as a collective, animations is also representing animisms. We think these daily objects represent humans and their surroundings in questioning their existence toward progress. The title of this video is Thing, and we animate tablewares. This is the first time we're working without band or musicians, but using a sample sound coming from the tableware itself. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Fast forward to 2018. We are intrigued by the liminality between online and offline realities, like how technology is shifting the way we live and how the internet makes changes in how we produce, consume, and distributing information at the same time. Solid Koi talk about the relationship between human and non-human and how we build this relationship with the modern material conditions. In these works, it's the internet. So each light's configurations in here activated by using hashtag kinship. And they are created by people who interact digital in social media based on their tweets that using those hashtags. Through software, these tweets are transformed into binary code and translated into light configurations in the exhibition space. This work's called Madakaripura. In this work, we try to elaborate on the idea about the spirituality that has been mediated through technology. Madakaripura waterfall was believed by the locals in Probolinggo as a site when Patih Gajah Mada reached moksha state when he meditated. So we show this work in the 19th century church in Islington, London, and we felt the context of both spaces as a spiritual sites have the same resemblance in talking about contemplating. The waterfall image in here were distorted by the input of weather data in Probolinggo, but the work itself is showing in London. So the next project we did, it's Solaris. So we intrigued by the idea of making non-durational and generative video. In this work, we built Solaris world using a multiplayer game format where the player in this world is the weather data itself. The movement of the camera, the lighting, and the color affects the atmospheres, and also the populations of the creatures change because of the changes in the weather forecast. The landscape itself was built by a collage of images that we collect from our research trip in Kakaban Island on East Kalimantan. All these simulations wrap into one simulated world talking about the climate change. And this is so we were commissioned to make a work in an art space dedicated to children. So the exhibition title is The Lost Jungle. So we built a digital jungle using Jakarta weather data. The weather inside the jungle mimics the real weather outside. Children could make their own imaginary creatures based on a skin texture from an animal that is almost extinct in Indonesia forests. These creatures that they're making will enter the video simulations. So we would like to encourage children to be close to the real nature, of course not the digital one. Through The Lost Jungle, we're talking about human dominations that invades nature itself in a more imaginative approach for children. So this is a performance that recently we developed. So we invited like 16 performers to interact with a massage machine that connects with Twitter data using #brief. And then the message machine will perform to turn on or off based on how the software reading any tweet using the hashtag and translated it into a binary code that activates the machine and giving a vibration signal to 16th performer. So while the machines gives them the signal to perform, all 16 performers have a choice either to perform or not based on their body endurance. We would like to talk more about decisions making that machines are making for us instead of being central to the system of decisions that affects us. We are cast out into its environment. The questions and tensions in this performance that we want to explore more. Are we become the human artifacts that are created, shaped, and used by technology or not? So that will be the end of my presentations. Thank you.
Okay. Why everyone is so short in terms of presentation? Okay, Fabi, we actually see that you utilize technology to beyond, I mean, to a broader level. You use big data by using hashtag from Twitter. You also use IoT, recognizing the weather conditions and transform it into art. So I guess why? Why you try to combine those two? Do you want to educate the art, collectors or the art consumers that there's also different kind of art in form that you can enjoy?
Okay, maybe we've been working together for 16 years. And then before, our artworks was very manual and labors. We're using stop motions for 10 years. And then the questions after that is of course what gonna we do next? And then what is some animations for us? And then afterwards, we really into thinking about the internet and the ecosystems, talking about social media, online and offline realities. And then we shift our practice, talking more about generative, about the live simulations, how as an artist you lost your power because the video that you made have been being generated by a real-time data. You are, as an artist, you only make the parameter, but the changing of the colors or changing of the camera is based on data. So we want to think more about those kind of experiments. And then for us, in our recent exhibitions, we're also thinking the hashtag itself, if become the materials. So it's become the part of the materials that we need to explore more. Become the material and as a medium for the art itself.
So it creates more interaction, right, with users. Very good. Thank you so much, Fabi, for your sharing. So last but not least, I'd like to invite Ms. Sarah Al-Marasi as a founder of New Decentrum. So, hi, Sarah. So, but before I'd like to read your bio first. So Sarah Al-Marasi has over 20 years of experience in banking and investment. Quite different background, yeah, with the two artists we have here. So Sarah is a partner at Next Decentrum, a tech company based in Vancouver, as well as non-exec chairman of a fintech company on Egypt, and run an award-winning strategic business consultancy that is founded in the Uni Emirat Arab. So previous roles including Abu Dhabi Area Retail Manager with Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, heading a network of 7 branches and over 90 employees. Okay, Sarah, do you want to share more about your topic today?
First of all, it's lovely to be with the panel this morning, and thank you for the invitation to join you today. I would like to share a little bit more about what we're doing at Next Decentrum. Next Decentrum is a blockchain and tech company that was founded in 2018 with my co-founders in Vancouver. And we initially started as a blockchain education company because we believed that this was an important thing to start working on and educating the public on. We quickly developed into becoming a company that's focused on democratizing art and culture. We are on a mission to democratize art and culture by helping museums and artists and galleries reimagine their experience and leverage their physical assets while capitalizing on the endless opportunities that are available in the metaverse and Web3 space. We have our own proprietary platform called Momentable, which allows museums and artists to publish art and artifacts as digital collectibles, which allows them to reach new audiences around the world, generate perpetual revenue, and create experiences that they might not have been able to do before. It also creates an opportunity for these organizations to inspire and educate and bring people together. At Next Decentrum, we provide an end-to-end solution, and we have an advanced creator dashboard, a powerful storefront, curated artworks and artifacts, and a safe NFT collecting experience. The potential of NFTs is not just what people misconstrue as being digital art. NFT is a technology that has so many applicabilities and so much more that really changes the way creative people and artists engage with their audiences. We have our own generative NFT collection as well, called Crypto Pharaohs, inspired by the Egyptian civilization, with unique, one-of-a-kind artworks generated through our own algorithm. We also have panels of artists who are amongst our creative consultants, and launched a collection of original artwork by Emirati artists from the United Arab Emirates called Crypto Emirati. It's a pleasure to be with the panel today and to speak a little bit more about this exciting space.
Thank you, Sarah. So is that all, or you have any more presentation to show?
No, I'm here to talk, and we let our artists do the presenting.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. So now we have more time for a Q&A session. So before, I actually myself have a lot of questions to all of you guys, but before that, I'd like to give opportunities to the audience whether they want to ask questions. So before we ask the audience from the online session, but probably If anyone would like to ask questions, just raise your hand. I just want to check. All right, not yet probably. Do not hesitate to raise your hand, so someone will come to you and give the microphone. All right, so I have questions to all of you guys, yeah. So we talk more about technology, and we know that the technology affecting our life, not only in art, yeah. And art is actually one of the, I mean, can say that utilizing technology to certain level, yeah, nowadays, like NFTs, and some digital arts in metaverse, yeah, you say that it's not only as the form of art, but it become the new economy, actually, yeah, for the artists. So I'd like to ask questions to all of you guys, yeah, and how do you think the current technology shape up the appreciation toward artists? Appreciation means can be in forms of the tangible one, like the money appreciation forms, yeah, or the intangible one, like the engagement, awareness, and many more. So probably, David, you want to?
That's a good question. I think because as an art management company, we have a variety of artists that do both digital and physical artworks. So we do focus on both, but there's definitely a stigma when it comes to NFTs, because when you look at the media, you see so many projects where they make astronomical money, right? Yeah. And they make it overnight or in a very short period of time, but when do you ever see in the media the projects that don't succeed? And there's more of those than not. So there's a lot of marketing that goes behind, but in reality, when you look at some of the top projects in NFTs, they are mostly generative art, which are done with algorithms or code, which just scrambles images together to create the final NFT that you usually see on OpenSeas or whatnot. Versus the traditional artworks of painting canvases or selling to museums and galleries. Of course, we do that too, but I think it's very monopolized, and I don't think it's entirely fair to artists, which is why I always push my artists to go to the NFT stream, because when you create a canvas piece and you sell it to an end user, or you sell it to a gallery, or you sell it to agencies, the artist only gets paid that one-time fee. So then they can go off and sell it to someone and push the price up and make even more money than the actual artist who created the piece. I don't think that's entirely fair or just. So from my perspective, obviously my morals in our company is to create a fair marketplace for all artists. So definitely I prefer the structure that comes with NFTs in the form of royalties, right? So I prefer the artist getting paid rather than being underpaid. So that's usually my take upon the differences in terms of monetary gains.
Okay, so I believe Fabi has a different perspective that as you, in Tramarama, although you use technology to create an art, but actually you still distribute it in a conventional matters, So what is your view about this current technology, particularly the blockchain technology that actually the objective is to democratize the art itself and also give the fair contribution to the artist, like what David said. So what do you think about that?
Okay, so maybe like I would like to talk from my other artist friends and also working as an NFT artist. So the appreciations, like if we're talking about the blockchain technology, like it giving like the other artists like
change.
A change, like giving them change to produce like an artwork. So before, like they making an NFT first, and then it's selling, like, and all the like money they make like a real artwork, not the real artwork, but they make like a painting.
physical
so they
one.
could buy kind of like paints or brushes and canvas to support their life as an artist. So for me, like it's a really good thing for other artists to, you know, like promote their works.
Okay, so you also mean that the NFTs launching can be a roadmap to fundraise sometimes, right? To fundraise some artists, whether they create like a roadmap to the project, or sometimes they use the money to create the physical paintings. Oh, right, that's good. So Sarah, you have any point of view about the
Yes, definitely.
technology?
The first thing I'd like to do is to correct a misconception that many people have. People think that NFTs are only digital art. That's not correct. Artists started referring to digital art as NFTs, but NFT is actually a piece of code. It's code and technology that exists on the blockchain. An NFT can be a physical piece of art, it can be a physical asset, it could be a digital asset or a digital collectible. I think this technology has created a great opportunity for artists. It has allowed them to expand their reach, to turn followers into highly engaged communities. It has also allowed them to become more creative by creating works of art similar to what Febi was showing us, that are either physical installations or digital ones that create an experience that engages all the senses. So it really creates a more immersive experience, and that to the audience or the viewer is much more engaging. For many artists, this technology has allowed them to leapfrog and expand their practice and their creativity by exploring this new medium. And it's given inspiration to the younger artists. We all know that the younger generation is more technologically advanced and more comfortable working digitally. This has allowed them to explore new opportunities. The beauty about this technology and the benefit that it brings to artists are twofold. One, as David and Febi mentioned, it protects their royalty, but it also protects their intellectual property and copyright. Many artists suffered in the past of having images of their work copied. They had issues with, JPEGs appearing online. And NFT allows the encryption of the artwork, allows for the authentication of the artwork as well, allows for establishment of authenticity of that piece of work, and creates a safer and more rewarding experience for artists. So I think as a technology, it brings a lot more appreciation to them.
Yeah. So like mentioned by Sarah, yeah, that the NFT can be a solution to protect the intellectual property, where one of the problem in particularly Indonesia, to register only stop right there. To protect is actually kind of hard. So if you have this form of NFT, you have this encrypted kind of token, so nobody can actually steal. Except also there's also some cases, in PFP NFTs, where sometimes you find some similarities between one NFTs to others, So to David, actually, how, I really intrigued with this NFT as a protections, for your IP. So, but in case of profile pictures NFTs, So you mean that there are, if you see like OpenSea, there are many similarities between one artist to others, and sometimes we also found that some Indonesian artists, their work being uploaded in OpenSea without any consent, consent of the real artist. So, what do you think about that, for David and Sarah, particularly since you are here in this blockchain technology?
I think that no matter what happens in terms of development, whether now or in 10 years, 100 years, things are always going to be copied. It will never be solved to a certain extent. But I think that with certain NFTs, you can incentivize So, for example, with Apes R Us, our project, we actually give the IP to the person that purchases the NFT. So that might seem a bit strange where you're actually purchasing the IP of that particular NFT, but we're actually structuring it in a way that it incentivizes growth and it incentivizes usage of the IP. So it's, in a sense, it's a form of organic marketing. So you could take that NFT and then you could make a t-shirt, you can make posters, and you could sell that. But what we did to protect our IP itself is actually create identities within the IP. So let's say, for example, you have an NFT called David, and it's, I bought this NFT David, and it's called David 1. If I was to produce a t-shirt, you can advertise my brand, you can display the NFT, but you have to write David 1. So in that sense, they own that David 1 IP, but they don't own the bigger brand, which is Apes R Us, right? So I think now and in the future, a lot of different companies and projects and creators will come up with strategic ways to incentivize usage of IP, and they will come up with really smart ways to implement IP protection within smart contracts. I think there are several projects doing that now, but it's not fully mass marketed yet. But eventually, there definitely will be IP protection within smart contracts.
So better using that smart contract to protect. So Sarah, would you give some comments on this?
There's a saying that says the best compliment is when somebody copies you. So I think there will always be people copying other people's artwork. And in the creative space, it's very difficult to draw a line because many of us draw inspiration from great artists when we create our own art. So yes, I agree with David, there will always be an issue of people copying other people's work. With NFTs or the NFT technology, you're able to create some sort of protection, some sort of authenticity, token attached to your artwork. So what you can do, just like David said, is you can allow those who purchase the NFT to have a higher resolution of the artwork if it was a digital artwork. For those purchasing a physical artwork, it's sort of like having an authenticity certificate attached to that physical artwork. So it does address a lot of issues that many artists have faced in the past, but it doesn't solve 100% of the problem. I think that will always exist. There will always be people copying. Students learn by, imitating other artists' drawing and practicing. It's just part of what that industry is all about. But the technology definitely empowers artists and definitely gives them better control over their artwork, the ownership, and the royalties.
So means that at the end, the artists need to protect their own work at least and give added value, probably utilities, for the NFT itself. So it's not only the digital JPEG, but it's also give additional features like access and many things. Probably there are many utilizations of NFTs. So
Sorry
yes,
to add, but the utilities can be not just the artwork itself. You can include many things. I heard David, for his collection, they included a partnership for charity. With our collections, we have also charity affiliations, but we also have education that we offer for free. We give them access to blockchain education. We give them access to books and articles. So you can really create all sorts of benefits and utilities. In fact, I think the utilities are a great way to drive a behavior or to drive the community towards something that you value as an organization.
And it can also give a really strong foundations on your community-based project, isn't it? Like sometimes when you build NFT, you also have the DAO things, right? The organizations inside it. So is it one of the things to keep them together, and actually they're also protecting your work as well when they're holding your NFTs, right?
Yeah, I think it's without a doubt NFTs thrive based on communities. Without the communities, the projects majority of the time die. And I think that when it comes to building an ecosystem, and like Sarah said about utilities, it is truly endless. And because within the last 2 to 3 years, NFTs have become more popular, and I think it's at such an early stage in terms of the tech development that comes from the blockchain side, as well as legalities from brands and IPs. There's so much growth to be made, and as I said within my presentation, there's so many brands already in this space, and there will continue to be more. If you look at brands like Facebook, they've spent billions on researching and developing for the metaverse. And I think the metaverse, as well as play-to-earn games, will be the next segment in NFTs, where a lot of money and a lot of brands and a lot of IPs will drive into that space. And maybe I'm quite a new era generation type of person, but I believe that the brands that don't get involved in the NFT and blockchain or the metaverse space will eventually lose a lot of their audience, especially from the younger generations, because a lot of the reasons that NFTs boomed in the last 1 to 2 years was because of COVID. And everybody agrees that NFTs is good for artists because it's a means for them to expand, it's a way for them to market, it's a way for them to socialize. And I think that aspect is more valuable than just the concept of making money flipping NFTs, which right now that is a big consensus within NFTs. But NFTs go through shift dynamics where 2 years ago, it was purely based on artwork, and then it became PFP projects, and then it became play-to-earn games, and now it's metaverse. So eventually there's going to be something new down the line where we don't even know what it is yet, but everybody's working to implement all these cores into their projects, which will eventually allow them to expand on their IP.
Okay, so flipping, this one word, I guess, Fabi, we talked before, that you are more into, you haven't yet, go into the NFT world. As you mentioned that I prefer to have this conventional way of doing this artistic, distributions, not work, because your work actually encompass different kind of technology. So you also mentioned that I'm not really into NFT since sometimes they're not appreciating the art, they only do some kind of flipping things, So beside of that, if you can put aside the flipping things and more into what David told before, that the NFT is actually one of the format where you can engage more, where you can put more in effort to communities and giving more value added to the art itself. So do you think to kind of convert and start to move to NFT's world?
Yeah, might be. What I really like about NFT, what I learned 2 years ago, when we are all in lockdown, and then NFT become really boom, and then I tried to research. What I really like about the blockchain system, because they believe in this decentralized, idea, and then as an artist, you whenever if your token buying from the second market, you as an artist you got the royalties. This is not happening in the contemporary art scene. So it was really giving a good opportunities for artists, and also talking about the IP rights. NFT give this kind of solutions because it was very transparent and registered in the blockchain. So that's what I like about the blockchain systems. And if it's like David said before, if it's the smart contract getting better, and then we could understand more about making more experimental smart contracts, that I might be interested using this as a medium.
Okay, we have one more. So before I proceed, still have a lot of questions, but I'd like to give opportunities to the audience, whether you want to ask questions, something. Okay, so can you please also mention your name? So the microphone isn't working? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ayu. So I want to ask to all of the speakers just a quick question. What do you think the future of NFTs? Because as we know that we are in a bear market nowadays, and the NFTs transactions are decreasing in NFT marketplace, and I just want to know your opinion, what it looks like for the next 5 years or so. Do you see that NFTs could be in another sector, probably other than creative sectors, for example? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayu. So as a holder myself, I also would like to ask the same questions. So who wants to go first? Probably Sarah on Zoom. What do you think is the future of NFT? Are we going to move to the plateau of productivity mode in the hype cycle? Or you think this is only a temporary bear market? Sarah, are you here? Or probably David first.
I completely disagree that, okay, if we're talking about NFTs, I completely disagree that we're in a bear market. Volume has decreased, yes, that's for sure, but that doesn't directly represent a bear market. People in the NFT and crypto space like to refer to one another because of the direct correlation between crypto and NFTs. Obviously, NFTs are priced in crypto. However, if you look at the peak of the last 2 years on OpenSeas or LooksRare, these volumes spiked because of marketing. If you look at the last 2 months, 3 months of the volumes of the newest projects released, they're still selling out. And for me, as a creator and a business director for the NFTs that we create, we analyze based on the macro environment where our companies selling out their NFTs. And ironically, the biggest companies which are actually selling NFTs are not selling out completely, especially celebrity-based NFTs. So the art-based ones with their own community, they are the ones that are actually making the volumes on OpenSeas or LooksRare. So that's to answer one part about the bear. In regards to where do I see NFTs going in 5 years, I believe that based on current trends as well, a lot of corporate brands will be using the blockchain technology in the form of NFTs, but it wouldn't be what we're assuming, which would be art. It would be just purely based for the technology. If you look at IBM, they're actually offering corporate services to many institutional brands, including financial institutes and banks, that they offer using the ledger feature on blockchain to directly store information and track information for commodity trading purposes. So that's already a use of blockchain, but it's not limited to that. So I think that in the next 5 years, we'll see many more use cases for NFTs, we'll see many more use cases for blockchain. And for me as a project founder, I try not to correlate the price action too much in regards to our projects, because I'm really trying to shift the stigma of NFTs being a quick money maker or a quick flip. The people which really generate value in projects are the ones which look long-term rather than short-term. So for us, we don't like to view anything. We try not to talk about price in Discord, but it is a factor because of the stigma that was created that you could buy something and it would go up 10x, 20x within a week. But I think that generation of flipping is deteriorating in NFTs, which is much, much healthier for the NFT economy.
Okay, that's very good. Fabi, you want to add?
Quite a hard questions for me because I'm not an NFT artist or a practitioner in NFT. But I guess within the discussion with my friend who is an NFT artist, I mean, like, he believed that the NFT will be the future because but maybe I also agree with David because they also not talking about, you know, the quick flip, but the community that they made inside the, you know, like the Discord or Twitter. they're discussing this kind of like possibilities about what else they could make. Like they try to make kind of like a movement, like how to see NFT just not just as a quick flip, but it's also like talking more about the idea why they're using that kind of like character, or maybe that kind of like visuals to, you know, like expand their artworks.
So not yet berries, but actually moving forward to different cases. Okay, last one, Sarah, you want to add?
If you can just repeat the question for me, because I had a connection issue.
Okay, so she asked that what do you think about the future of NFT, considering the bears market?
Well, being a banking and investment professional, the first thing that I have to say is NFTs are not investments. They are not something that should be measured according to a bear or bull market like the stocks or like cryptocurrencies. Again, NFTs is the technology. They're attached to artwork. I love what David said, you know, not discussing the pricing. Art has its value based on what the collectors see in the artwork. I think the future of NFTs is here to stay. The applicability of this technology is across different industries. It's already being used in real estate. It's already being used in healthcare. It's going to replace graduation certificates from universities and marriage certificates in many instances as well. So NFT as a technology will continue to grow. It will continue to be applied to different industries, and it will continue to be a part of our day-to-day interactions. In the art space, I think NFTs are going to see even more creativity being built in collections. We're going to see more of a connection between physical art and digital art, more augmented reality experiences as well. So I think it's very exciting what the future holds.
Okay, so hold forever. So that's
Well,
the conclusion.
depends how much you love it.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause to our three speakers here. Are very, intriguing, yeah, this conversation. So I'd like to summarize our discussions that about the NFTs. Not yet, stay here. So about the NFT, so from David, from Fabi, from Sarah, we actually learned many things, the use case of NFTs. Yeah, so it's not only the digital art, yeah, it's not only for flipping, but it is more than that. You can actually build a community, yeah, you can engage with them, and you can have many use cases of the NFT itself. Yeah. At the end, the utilizations, yeah, is not only into the art itself, but sometimes Sarah also mentioned that it will move forward to different industries, not only to the creative industries one. So I guess the use case is still very far ahead. And also NFT can also become a tools to help artists to fundraise by having their own roadmap, yeah, of product development. And as a benefit of NFTs, it can solve one of the problems, yeah, in the art world, yeah, the conventional art world, in terms of the fair distributions, yeah, of artist fee. So by having this blockchain technology, so every artist will get the fair distribution of their fee, and also it will be more transparent. Even if you still have the 8th, the 7th buyer still collect the royalties. So it could be the passive income, yeah, for the artist itself, yeah. And although there are still many challenges in terms of NFT, yeah, we cannot guarantee 100% that it will protect the intellectual property. Yeah, still artists need to take care of their works, yeah, but hopefully the smart contracts, yeah, will be even more better and better, so it can actually protect, yeah, whatever we make, yeah, in NFT world. So I guess that's all for today. Thank you so much for the three panelists. Again, please give a big round of applause, and hope you enjoy this fourth panel sessions of WCCE. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dina, Diliana, and also to all the speakers who are sharing the HODL link, creativities, the new modes of appreciation. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. And now, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the following sessions, the Minister panel with the topic of the luminaries rising the new sun, we would like to request the presence of our moderator on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tri Purna Jaya.
Hello, selamat sore, good afternoon to all of us. My name is Tri Purna Jaya. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are partnering with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. I'm very delighted and excited at the same time. And of course, WCCE is actually about getting together and getting to understand what creative economy is all about. I'd like to begin by sharing with you a very famous Indonesian idiom, maybe most of you already know, which is tak kenal maka tak sayang, which basically means to love is to know. So we're here. We believe also that the WCC is also one of the most important, if not the most important, platform for exchanges, bringing together all kinds of stakeholders, key stakeholders from government, private sector, civil society, and especially the civil society, private sector, as well as the small and medium enterprises. And then I think in the past 2 days we've been talking about how much the government has also a big role to play. And today we will bring invite and at the same time introduce to you two notable speakers. But before that, I'd just like to say that this session we will focus on two key questions, which is, first of all, what is the state of creative economy in respective countries such as Angola, and through the lens of the Organization of Developing Aid. We have the Secretary General of the Aid, and the second question is, what are the strengths and challenges, opportunities, and plan to develop the sector in your respective country or organization? We believe as government there's no one-size-fits-all policy. Therefore, we'd like to definitely listen to them and hear their insights as to what kind of policies they've been bringing to the countries. And we can tell how important creative economy and how it means a lot for the global growth and the future economy. And at the same time, of course, we'd like to also further listen to their views and talk to them what the WCC can bring together with us today. So without further ado, I'd like to invite, first of all, His Excellency Dr. Mario Augusto João, Minister for Economy and Planning of Angola. Please give a big round of applause, His Excellency. Hello, how are you? Have a seat. And secondly is His Excellency Isaka Abdul Qadir Imam, Secretary General of Developing Aid. Hello, Excellency. Nice to meet you. We have about 30 minutes for your presentation, so I'd like to give you each 10 minutes. I think since 2018, since we had the first WCCE, we've come far. We've had the Friends of Creative Economy, we have the Bali Agenda, we have UN resolution, the Year of Creative Economy in 2021. We had the second WCCE in UAE, and of course now we have the third WCCE. Now, just today, the minister announced we have a roadmap. So of course, we'd like to hear your excellencies, your perspective, your insights, because like I said, every country has different experience, have different challenges, have its unique opportunities. So we'd like to hear from you. Of course, this is an opportunity for us to also learn, more importantly. So Excellency, Minister of Economy and Planning of Angola, you have the floor. Is microphone on? Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you once again for giving me the floor here in this panel, very important panel. Indeed, in Angola, we pay attention to creative economy activities, and the government has been creating a lot of incentives in order to see creative economy boosting. For example, we have seen during the lockdown in Angola that we couldn't identify the operators so that we could help during the lockdown. And this is how we started to create a database of all operators in the creative economy, and also to be able to provide with microfinance for them to really be able to supply the demand. Here we could say that we have certain activities that are really striving. For example, we have the music and dance. This is something that the entrepreneurs, they found already a way of accessing market. We had a huge impact from other regions, like for example from the Caribbean region, which impacted our music and dance. And today we have one of the most known popular music in the world, which is Kizomba, and also Samba, that has impacted over Samba, you know, because our community has been forced to migrate during the slave trade in the 16th, 17th, 18th century, and of course cultural things have crossed the sea and are now impacting other cultures. So this is also a way of we are seeing of also promoting our cultural needs. So we have also created a program for formalizing the informal economy, exactly to be able to protect those operators in the field, and also provide all sorts of public services adjusted to their needs. Of course, we are not bringing public services as such. We understand that informal economy has its own livelihood, and we are adjusting the public services in order to better serve the creative economy. So in a nutshell, of course, there are other sectors that are starting to boom. Like for example, the movie sector, where we have a very known movie now in Netflix. It's called Santana. So we are paying attention in order to help also this sector to find a better market access. Thank you.
Now I'd like to kindly invite the Secretary General of Developing Aid. Maybe you can elaborate what, I think I remember in 2018, Secretary General of Developing Aid also attended the World Conference. So please Excellency, you might want to share with us what your perspective is and how we can, together with other nations, work on formulated policy or something like that you'd like to advise.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Before I do that, I think before I do justice to this discussion, I would like to probably enlighten our audience about what the D8 is all about, because there's not much information out there about the D8 organization. It's a developing organization, international organization comprising of 8 developing countries. And if you look at them very carefully, most of those countries are emerging and fast-growing countries. You have countries like Bangladesh, you have Egypt, you have Indonesia, you have Iran, you have Nigeria, you have Malaysia, you have Pakistan, and finally you have Turkey. Those are the 8 members of the D8. And the organization was established in 1997. And when it was established about 25 years ago, the whole purpose, the vision of leaders then was to catch on the population, the huge market of these 8 countries. You're looking at a population of about 1.1 billion people. When it was established to rival or to probably complement what you have on the G7 that time in 1997. So basically, that is the history of the D8. And when we came on board in 1997, we had about 5 or 6 core areas of operation or focus of interest. We were focusing then on energy and tourism, as well as education, as well as transportation, and most importantly, agriculture. If you look at it now, tourism is one of the areas where creative economy comes on board. That's why we attended the 2018 event then in Dubai, I think. That was our first encounter with you. So that is the introductory remark to D8. Talking about the creative economy, most of our member states, as you could see, like I said, they're emerging economies.
Yes.
And creative economy is very key to us because the bulk of our population are into SME entrepreneurs. They are still developing companies, most of them. And the creative economy in our organization is mostly active, especially in the movie and tourism sector. Like mentioned by the minister from Angola, movie and music production is very, very active in the D8 organization. For example, Nigeria is ranked about, I think, the 3rd, the movie production in Nigeria, for example. Nigeria is one of our member states. The movie production is ranked about the 3rd largest in the world. And the music production is also fast growing. Tourism is extremely huge in our organization. Indonesia here is made close to $18 billion shortly before the pandemic in 2019 from tourism alone, while a country like Turkey made close to $36 billion in the same year, shortly before the advent of COVID in 2019. Likewise, Egypt made close to $16 billion from tourism. So you could see that we are very, very active when it comes to the area of creative industry. That doesn't mean we don't have challenges. The opportunities are still huge. The challenges are there, but we are fast developing in that particular sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Over the past 2 days, we've been talking a lot, especially the experts from the United Nations as well, the importance of access to technology, access to finance, as well as access to market of these SMEs, especially the creative economy. How is it different? I mean, perhaps Angola, you have some experience you would like to share with us.
Yes, indeed. In Angola, we have very lack experience in protecting the creative economy. We are still learning, and we are still creating all possible incentives in order for the creative economy to boom. Indeed, one of those incentives are related to access to finance, access to a financial market for those entrepreneurs. We saw it during the lockdown pandemic that there was a need to create financial instruments or products so that these people in the informal sector mostly, they can have access to finance and be able to supply the demand. What we did is we created a $10 million financial product in our in one of our commercial banks, and they were able to access finance and be able to survive. Now, we saw that this $10 million package was really too small because we have more than 50,000 entrepreneurs in the creative economy, and we were only able to finance around 5,000 entrepreneurs. So this shows us that we need to be more bold in protecting them, and of course to create all sorts of fiscal incentives also for them to survive. So we are still in the learning process, and of course we need to be able to, above all, create demand for it. And creating demand is of course investing in the tourism, because we see the creative economy is actually a response to tourism demand. So of course, Angola is the biggest oil producing country in Africa. Of course, this has a huge impact in the priorities of the country, but we are now moving away of one sector economy. In 2011, the oil sector accounted for almost 43% of our GDP, and nowadays is around 27%. So we mean it really when we say economic diversification, and of course there is room for creative economy to rise.
Well, wonderful. And Secretary General, do you have any specific program within your organizations to support the 8 countries in developing their creative sector?
Absolutely. I was happy to hear the Minister of Angola mention the issue of access to finance and access to market. Those are part of the challenges which we also have. But another point which was not mentioned is access to training. Capacity building is very, very key. And that's one of the challenges which we have. So what we are trying to do in the D8 is to establish what we call a D8 economic creative center and finance. It's an ongoing project. It's not yet concluded, but we are trying to partner with a private company in Malaysia to create that particular center in Malaysia, which will be accessible to all the 8 member states and the entrepreneurs to access fund, to access training, and to also access international market. Funding, in terms of funding, we're trying to explore the option of zakat, that is Islamic financial instrument, zakat and wakaf, and what we also call crowdfunding to raise money, for the creative industry. In terms of training, we're trying to partner through this center as well, and the D8 Secretariat. We are doing some programs with some UN specialized agencies like UNDESA, UNCTAD, and things like that for capacity training program. But through these centers as well, we want to strengthen this issue of capacity building. It's very, very key, because you discover that, like I said, some of these, they're SMEs. Some are even micro, that is to say, they're even below SMEs. But they have a lot of need for capacity building program. So through this center, which we're trying to launch through a PPP arrangement, the company in Malaysia is called Al-Hidayah Group of Companies. It's quite reputable in Malaysia. So we are trying to partner with that company in the Secretariat to launch this particular center, which will provide funding and capacity building, as well as access to international market.
Thank you, Excellency. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I would like to continue having this opportunity to dig a little bit more on our experience with formalization of the informal economy, where the creative operators, creative entrepreneurs are involved. So what we did is we needed to create this database where they sell, what they sell, and so that we can help them in situations of, for example, lockdown, because we don't want to have the same experience we had. So we created this formalization of the informal economy program, and it has different stages. From the first stage, which is called like the first formalization, which is a very simple stage where we just give them a ID card as an economic operator. We want to see what they are selling and in which market they are providing their services. And then, in order to create this incentive for them to be to have appetite to formalize their activities, at the end of this tunnel, at the end of this value chain, we put the microfinance. So they were able to either get the card, also fiscal registration, social security registration, and before the micro credit, they were forced somehow to attend financial literacy courses. So they could not have access to microcredit without the financial literacy course. So, and we are adding more and more stages as we go, as we learn in the process. Of course, in some situations, we also included some kind of kindergarten also in the market, so that the entrepreneurs, they can really concentrate themselves in selling their products, while the kids, of course, they can learn something according to their ages. So we are learning in this process, and of course we are happy, and of course there is a huge responsibility, because they came from the informal sector to the formal sector. Now they are actually with us in the formal sector, and we need to be able to continuously create public services in order to help them to find better access to market, either domestically or internationally.
Thank you. Secretary General, we mentioned about the potentials and the huge business opportunities. In your views, what is the key challenge of the 8 members overall? I mean, in terms of, I don't know, what is the most difficult for the creative sector in their pursuit for successful businesses?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I would say the key challenge for us in the organization is what you call geographical spread. When you look at most of these members, they're not in the same region. It's not like the Asian, where all the member states are in Asia. It's not like ECOWAS, where all the member states are in West Africa. It's not like even the African Union, where all the member states are in West Africa. We have 2 members in Africa, one in North Africa, one in Western Africa, and then you have one in Europe, that is Turkey, and then the rest in Asia. So you can see we are not geographically linked. That is one of the biggest challenges. But we're trying to overcome that through the issue of technology and then digital trade, whereby you can maybe a trade through the online platform. That is one of the ways we're trying to overcome that challenge, through online platform. So we're trying to explore that option. And so that I would say that is our biggest challenge, really, in spite of our population.
Geographical challenges. Okay, we have 8 more minutes, Excellencies. I'd like to have your each views with regard to how optimistic are you that our creative economy sector can actually contribute to our effort in the next year, probably in addressing such as the potential for economic downturns, and of course the overarching issue is the inflation, economic distress, whatever you think, and how we should together collectively as nations can bring along the solutions to these problems, potential problems.
Thank you. In the Angolan perspective, of course, we still have different challenges we need to overcome. One of those challenges is that we don't really have a long list of material heritage at UNESCO. So this means that there is not much appetite for tourism in Angola, and also we still need to transform our historical center in Luanda, in Luanda downtown, in order to create touristic routes and so on, and create actually the demand for tourism. One of the issues also that are a challenge also is we don't really have a specific understanding of the sector and subsectors in order to help them to really boost and to really serve the demand. Another issue is also we don't have a specific supports of the country, so it means like, for example, fiscal supports, a better financial products, or any kind of protecting, helping them to protect their intellectual properties under WIPO. So these challenges are extremely important for us to start tackling the possible opportunities. For example, we had a situation when one of our cultural heritages was classified by another country, like for example Rumba. Rumba is a dance and it's a music that has its roots in Angola, but of course we were a little bit late in registering it, and today it belongs to, for example, Republic Democratic of Congo. So one of those real challenges is to be also agile, to also identify what needs to be protected, what needs to be registered, and then starting to really take advantage of it. We have now different expressions, cultural expressions that are very known in different economies, like for example our music and dance, Kizomba, that is competing with salsa, and it's competing very well. But we have never organized, for example, a festival of Kizomba in Angola. So these are one of the challenges we really need to approach, and we need to bring our kids that are outside, that are performing well, bring them home and start treating them with all the necessary attention. So. But we see a huge potential, because besides all of that, we also have the gastronomy and many other creative economy aspects that we still need to mature and take advantage of it.
Yes, I agree. Intellectual property is one of the important pillars of creative economy. I think we have to work together. I think even this morning in Indonesia, we signed a document together with the WIPO, I think, signifying the importance role of intellectual property in protecting the rights of the artists and creative world. Secretary General, do you have any comments with regards?
Yes, just to add, to respond to your earlier question, you know, the issue of global employment globally is unemployment globally it varies from country to country, from region to region. But one thing that is common is that the era of white-collar job is really over, you see? And even the mega companies and big companies are also finding they're having serious challenges in recruitment. It even became so glaring during the COVID period that, look, the era of paid job is winding up. And that's where we see the opportunity in the creative industry for people to begin to become more independent, no matter how small scale. And we're trying to empower and support this creative industry across our member states. As a matter of fact, and for the benefit of this audience, we in our organization, towards the end of this month, we're having what we call an SME D8, the first D8 SME forum in Abuja in Nigeria, whereby we're trying to get together all SMEs, micro, small corporate entrepreneurs in the D8 countries to assemble in Nigeria and to exchange ideas on best practices and how they can also export their products within the member states and beyond. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to add something. We are all in this learning process, and we are seeing that nowadays people are not looking for goods or services as such. People are looking for good moments. People are looking for good stories, and then they buy goods and services. For example, yesterday, while already here in Indonesia, I went to a barber shop. I went to a barber shop, and besides cutting my hair, they were providing me with music, and at the end of the day, also some kind of massage. So in order to maintain in this good moment, I went then and I bought batik. So this is all about creating a good moments, listen to good stories. The goods and the services, they will then arrive.
Thank you, Excellencies. I think we've all learned from each other and from your experience, wonderful experiences. And of course, we only have 1 minute left. I think the WCCE, I think is also an important platform for us to be able to share our experiences, also to learn from others. And more importantly, I think this will at least, this is the government's effort in order to become a catalyst in bringing as part of the global recovery, and Indonesia as host. Of course, extremely appreciates your presence here all the way from Angola and your country, and the participation of international organizations is, I cannot mention it enough how grateful we are. And of course, we hope to see this is just the beginning of more beautiful things to come in the future. And maybe for your last comments on WCCE, what is your view? How would you like it to be in the future?
Yes, for me, the future of this conference is a very bright future. We are very happy that this kind of economies, they are now under the spotlight. And we are all in the learning process, and we are all trying to contribute to it. Of course, there is still a long road to go. The concept is something very important in order for us to really understand what kind of sectors and subsectors need to be supported in order to better serve the demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe 10 seconds, Secretary General.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a very good initiative, but I think it needs a lot more of visibility, please. It's very important. Okay. So that people get to know about it, not only in the South, but in the global North as well. That an initiative like this exists. It's very important.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm not going to attempt to summarize what our discussion. I think we've all listened clearly, your message, your insights, and I think we can all learn from your experience. Also, we hope to see you again next time. So everyone, thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Once again, I'd like to say thank you very much to Mr. Tripurna Jaya and also to all the speakers for this session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker for the day, we would like to invite the CEO, New Media Folder, Mr. Hadi Ismanto.
Check, test. All right, hi everyone. How's everyone doing today? Yes, this is the last session of the day, so I promise I'm going to keep it very casual, very light, and hopefully substantial, okay? So please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hadi Ismanto. I'm the founder and CEO of a media company called New Media Folder. So within the company unit, oh, yeah, I think the slide is not ready yet. Can we have the slides? All right. So let's do that one more time. Okay, the slide got a little bit cut off, but it's fine. So within the New Media Folder company unit, we have two business units called Manual Jakarta and Zo. So basically what is Manual? Isn't that a beautiful coffee? We all can use a beautiful cup of latte today. But what is Manual? So Manual is basically a lifestyle publication that started almost 9 years ago. With a vision that we want to challenge the standard of media in the sense that you can be a relevant media, you can be at a form of a new media, but yet you can still uphold your high journalistic and integrity values as media. So one of the things that differentiates us from a lot of other publications within the ecosystem is the fact that we do not accept any paid promote or endorsements in our content. So all the things that you see, all the coffee shops, all the bars, all the creative peoples that we features, none of them are paid, and none of them can actually pay their way into our editorial policy. Through that, we maintain a very strict curation of our content, making sure that we only give stage to those places and those people and those brands that actually deserves to be known by a lot of people that we have in our audience. So hopefully through Manual, what we aim to achieve is also the fact that we want to help the Jakartans, especially the Jakartans people, to not only discover the best place to eat, the best place to drink, the best place to shop, but we challenge them to rediscover the places, the monumentals, the landmarks of the city that they thought they have known for the rest of, for all their lives, but apparently a lot of them are very fresh and new concept to them. So that's Manual. We are humbled because in 2019, we received an award from Umbrella Asia as the Media Brand of the Year in Asia, defeating other big medias and other mass medias that are within the Asia region. We received this in Singapore. Some of our previous projects, we did a Jakarta Coffee Manual back in 2014 all the way to 2018. So what this project is basically about is we printed a booklet, a magazine, a very small publication featuring the best specialty coffee shops in Jakarta. Again, none of them actually paid us to do this. We did this on our own, basically giving a platform and a stage for our audience to discover the best coffee shops in town. But what's interesting about this project is the fact that we actually challenge our audience that if you manage to collect all the coffee stamps from all the coffee shops within a month, we are actually going to issue you a Jakarta coffee card, which will allow you to get a free coffee for the whole month in all the coffee shops. So by 2018, we actually featured a number of 140 coffee shops, the best in the city that, again, none of them are paid. We also issue biannual printed issues. Right now, we actually stopped in 2019 because of the pandemic, and of course, printing production is very expensive. But we are happy with the results so far that we've gotten. We've managed to issue 5 of them, and we can actually now be found not only in Jakarta, but through various cities in not only within around Indonesia, but also in other countries such as UK, such as Zurich, Singapore, KL, and Osaka in Japan. Some branded projects that we do, we actually did this project with BMW as a part of collaborations back in 2018. So what we did is we proposed a Jakarta Coffee Exchange event where we actually took over 5 of their showrooms around the city, and we created a pop-up coffee shop where we curate everything from the barista uniform, all the way to the furnitures, all the way to the sound equipment, to the coffee machines, to the letterpressed menu, and we actually bring a number of 20 coffee shops to participate in this program. So there's a lot of community collaborations and activations going on this campaign. Aside from Manual, we also have our own agency called Zo. So all the communication works from branding, design, content, influencers, community marketing, events. We did that white label under Zo. Right, so I have 9 minutes and 45 seconds left. So, I'm supposed to give a perspective, right, on creative businesses. But before that, we should ask ourselves this very basic question. Why do people actually buy or consume or follow anything on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter? And I believe that Donald Miller, in his book, Building a Story Brand, mentioned this perfectly. People buy something because they want to solve a problem. It could be an external problem, it could be an internal problem, it could even be a philosophical problem. And circling back to my background as a media person and as a journalist, I translate this into 3 values proposition that every business should have. They could be a creative business, they could be agriculture business, they could be a technology business, but if you want to be a business, you need to be able to answer these 3 questions. What are your 3 values proposition? If you talk about external, it's basically your practical values, right? I buy food because I'm hungry, I just want to eat that. I buy a certain food because it reminds me of my childhood. That's emotional values, that's internal reasons for people to buy. And lastly, people buy something because they want to resonate with a certain identity, that's social values. That's why certain people choose a certain laptop product and not another laptop product, because they want to remember that when I buy this, I am resonating with the identity that this brand portrays to me, and I'm not a part of those people, I'm a part of these people. So these are the 3 reasons that every creative business should answer. And looking at our experience for the past 9 years, looking at juxtaposing this side of the demand and the successful businesses, the successful creative local brands, and the excitement and engagement that people are giving to these brands and to this content, there are a few articles that we want to highlight. And I mean, this is our job as media. We are not here to talk about ourselves, but we are going to talk about our friends who are doing an amazing thing, many amazing things in the city. Observation number 1. We've noticed that in the past 2 years, especially in the Indonesian markets, they have a much higher spending power. I mean, I came to Jakarta. I used to live in Singapore and Melbourne for almost 10 years, but I came to Jakarta 9 years ago, and I noticed something, that there wasn't enough appreciation level towards creative products. I mean, we still go to bars today, we still go to coffee shops with free entry, we go to music event which is free and sponsored by a lot of things, but today, people are actually willing to pay for those tickets. They are willing to pay for a coffee that costs $5 to $6, and they even drink 2 cups of coffee a day. So that's different than the Jakarta and Indonesia that we see 10 years ago. I mean, look at your social media right now. I mean, starting from around August, we look at music festivals that are happening in Indonesia. I can tell you, practically every single weekend, we have a big music festival, from indie music to pop music to rock music to house music to tech music. There's a lot of events, and I can assure you a lot of them are actually willing to spend to Bali for their flight and for their accommodations and to enjoy these events. And this is different than the Jakarta and Indonesia that we see 10 years ago. So higher spending power, that's first. Secondly, desire to seek meaning. This is a movement that's led by a lot of investors and business owners. I'm going to bring your attention to 2 of this good friend of mine. On the right is Angel. So Angel is actually a barista that used to be a lecturer in Deakin University in Melbourne. She's a good friend of mine, together with her husband, who was actually a project manager in Telstra, Australia. Both of them had a very good life, live in a very nice house, but 10 years ago they decided they want to leave it all behind, sell their houses, leave their comfortable job in Australia, and come back to Indonesia to build a specialty coffee chain that's called Titik Temu right now. And it's very, very growing very fast. And Angel is not alone. We are looking at a lot of these kind of people. Angel, Chef Richie, Chef Uwi, a lot of these chefs and baristas actually coming back to Indonesia because they desire to seek meaning and not just a comfortable life at where they are. On the left, it's actually a new semi-fine dining restaurant called August in the SCBD area. I would say, on the record, this is probably the best restaurant in Jakarta right now. And they are doing an amazing job. The fact that the owners slash chefs are actually doing this program where they are giving away 50% discount for any F&B employees. So you can be a marketing person, you can be a person from the kitchen, you can be a cleaning service in any F&B services in any F&B brands, you can actually dine here for 50% of the discount. And I mind you, I mean, when you think about fine dining, you think, oh, it must be super expensive. There's a lot of profit margin. It's not. They only cost around $100 to $150 for 5 to 6 courses of amazing meal in Jakarta. So that's very amazing of them. The third observation, communal spirit as the new norm. We are seeing a lot of businesses, a lot of communities that are actually, that don't need to be convinced anymore that community and collaboration is the way to go. On the left, you see a coffee shop that's run by a community of cyclists, by a cycling club. So within a compound, you have barber shop, you have ice cream shop, you have bicycle club, you have film lab, and then on your right is a big property group in Tangerang, near Jakarta, that's actually doing a community place to be a center of attraction. Fourth, inclusion of SDGs as part of policy making processes. We are seeing, I think if you heard of Mas Handoko earlier, to the left is Post-Block. It's actually a movement that's led, I think I would emphasize on what he said just now, to the fact that his businesses, M-Block, Post-Block, and the rest of the places that are being replicated in other places outside Jakarta is actually done based on the revenue sharing model. So it actually allows a lot of new creative businesses that doesn't have a lot of capital to be a part of a retail movement and a commercial movement. To the right is it's a newly renovated Taman Ismail Marzuki library in Jakarta that handles that. I mean, I think the key point of this point is that a lot of the governments, a lot of policymakers are actually starting to understand that it's not a time for us to create a new thing anymore. We have a lot of assets, we can recycle it, we can upcycle it, we can absorb a lot of manpower, and I think that's an amazing thing to see. Number 5, cultural authenticity. We are seeing, I mean, if you work in media before, you know there are some contents that always works, and this is one of it for us. People love to see articles, restaurants, coffee shops, bars that actually comes from a very strong historical and original context of culture and background. And to the left, you see there is this bubur cap ayam tiger, so it's a chicken porridge that comes from Mangga Besar, and then they are opening one younger and more relevant and more hip place in the south of Jakarta, but still incorporating the same old menu, like the rice, the tahu, the telur, and the ayam rebus. To the right, you see street food vendors of ikan goreng. I mean, what else can I say? I mean, look at the charcoals and everything. I'm hungry, okay? The 6th point, embracing cultural identities. Now we are seeing a lot of places like this in Indonesia that these properties, these conglomeracies, they are not doing things that are, oh, I want to bring a piece of Japan to Jakarta. Oh, I want to bring a piece of Zurich to Banyuwangi. But a lot of them are actually starting to understand that, hey, we have a lot of assets here, wherever we are. And this place is actually located in Banyuwangi, a little bit away from Bali. So it's between Bali and Surabaya. And they are not doing a lot of things to change the natural structure, but they're just utilizing on what they have. On the left, you see it's actually a natural pool spring that they didn't change. It's a very nice camping resort. And this is a new region in Lampung called Tubaba, Tulang Bawang Barat. People would say that the regent is quite crazy. I would say that he's very progressive. He actually invited a group of architects from Jakarta to actually build the city. To the left, you see is actually a market, and to the right is actually their mosque shape that is very different, that is just derived from their own culture. Of course, we live with some problems and challenges as well. I think the biggest problems within the creative economy right now, especially in Indonesia and also in the world, is number 1, we are seeing the fact that social currency is being valued way more than creative currency, and I think that's a problem. Why? Because if you ask kids nowadays on what they want to be, they will tell you one of these 5 things. I want to be a celebgram, I want to be a YouTuber, I want to be a beauty blogger, I want to be an influencer, I want to be an entrepreneur. But if you ask them why, they would say, because I want to be famous. And I can tell you, my girlfriend is an actor, so I know for a fact that fame and social currency is being valued way more than the ability for us to create something that's genuine, authentic, and impactful. And that's a problem that we need to solve as a pentahelix system. Secondly, overemphasis on the what's and instead of the whys, because technology is great, but technology is pushing us to move at a speed and at a pace that is very, very, very fast. And that's why a lot of the kids nowadays, they feel like, okay, I just want to create another cafe with a Japanese concept, with a Scandinavian concept, because that's a popular one thing to do today. But a lot of them are missing to the point of why behind people are doing certain things. Okay, I'm going to be really quick. And I feel like, do I have more time? Can I get more time? Well, I'm last session, right? Okay. So, I mean, if you look at this chart of between a business and every market, right? We look at the pentahelix around it. Of course, we have policymakers, we have the media, we have the private sectors. They are definitely the most basic essentials of what makes a business works. But a lot of times we forgot the role and the importance of councils, organizations, academicians, and new media. Why are we forgetting these aspects of the business and the ecosystem? Because if we do that, that's why the problems such as, oh, people are looking at a certain public figure and a certain hip places and coffee shops, and they're amazing. But without academicians, without media's cooperation, without councils and organizations that are preaching and educating the right things of context and culture and history and background, that's why the problem exists. People are only looking at the what's instead of the why. And that's something that I feel like before we go anywhere further, I feel like the pentahelix of councils, organizations, academicians, and media needs to be strengthened because there are still a lot of room for improvement right there. A few solutions or opportunities. Number one, I think I've been in this conference for the past 2 days, and I love the theme of inclusive creative economy, but I feel like I want to dive a little bit more deeper into the meaning of inclusivity, right? I mean, when we talk about being inclusive, a lot of us feel like, oh, we need to be socially inclusive, right? That equal opportunity, regardless gender, regardless age, regardless economic factor, which I totally agree. But learning from my experience in the world of advertising, we have to understand that every population comes with a different function, right? I mean, if you come from a marketing background, you would find this graph very familiar. So this is basically Rogers' adoption and innovation curve, which tells us the way on how a trend or a certain item, a certain product, a certain culture lives and sustains itself. So if you see, of course, there are always the innovators, 2.5% of the market, and then you see the early adopters, 13.5%, and then you go to the mass market, right? Now, the important point to remember is the fact that the early adopters is going to be influenced by the innovators, and the mass market is going to be influenced by the early adopters. That's a fact. That's a technical fact. But number two, I think what we need to do is the fact that now we know that there are different stakeholders, there are different functions of the society. We need to have an effective and accurate knowledge exchange between the right stakeholders. I'm going to bring you this example of a successful collaborations between countries and between, but yet at the same level of function, right? So around 6 years ago, the city of Melbourne, the city council actually sponsored the Saint Ali coffee group people to actually come and travel to Jakarta to bring their coffee education, to bring their coffee skill and expertise, and training the local baristas here in Jakarta. And it got so successful that 3 years later, they actually opened one branch in Jakarta, which is still going very strong right now in Kuningan. So this is what I mean by when you have a knowledge exchange, you need to understand that it needs to be accurate, it needs to be effective. It doesn't only mean that, oh, I'm bringing a certain public figure to a country and see what's happening in that country without understanding the context behind it. I mean, that's not very effective. And number three, of course, tapping into untapped the functions ecosystem. Now, if we bring back to the, if we go back to the pentahelix, this is how it looks like right now. Everyone is highly focused on the mass market. So there is a business, there's a market, there's a policy, there's a private sector, there's a media that's very highly saturated on the what's happening on the mass market. But I feel like this is the ideal one to go. That every organization, every policymaker, every media, every private sector, every academicians need to be present in all of this journey of a trend, of a culture, and because if you don't, I mean, you will have things like, okay, there is an organization for innovators, but they won't be able to sustain themselves. Innovators won't be able to sustain themselves. They will die. Innovation will die. And the beautiful thing is that when you have a very strong pentahelix within every single journey, there's always a big collaborations that we can achieve. And one of it is definitely this. So I'm actually a part of the Association of Indonesian Graphic Designers as well. So what we did is that during the pandemic, we worked together with the ministry to make this program called Bedakan, which means that we actually did an open call. So we did an open call for 25 SMEs within Indonesia, and then we matched them with the designers that we choose. So there is a lot of knowledge exchange. There's a lot of value added into an existing business instead of a new business. And then we are just helping them to be a catalyst within their own community. So I will end my presentation with a question. So where are we heading to next within the creative economy system? This is what I believe. Economic recovery will happen, but will it lead us to a more sustainable path of creative businesses? Or will we go to a path of wasted resources driven by personal motives and deteriorating aspects of identity, culture, and wit? Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you very much to Mr. Hadi Ismanto for the presentation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our appreciation once again to our distinguished guests for attending the third edition of World Conference on Creative Economy 2022. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, on the second day of WCCE tomorrow, we will be discussing sub-themes inclusively and SDGs agenda and the future of creative economy. And also, we will have the creative session at Frangipani Room. We are having the WCCE Expo and also food truck. So once again, don't forget to visit our expo and enjoy the experience of our food truck. Ladies and gentlemen, divided into the panel session and spotlight speakers, tomorrow's discussion will be performed by experts in industry figures and also thought leaders. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting you to join us for tomorrow's session. And once again, we wish you to have a productive and great session for tomorrow. Once again, thank you very much and see you.